Chapter 1772. Alliance Leader Fan, this is what I promised you. Now I'm giving it to you. Yi Chin Feng gave a Qianquan ring to Fan Long. The Qianquan ring contained a large number of Transcendent Saint weapons, true Spirit Saint weapons, Transcendent Saint pills, and a large amount of cultivation resources. If used properly, it would be enough to rebuild the Human Tao Alliance and allow Fan Long to break through to the one-star Tao God realm. Thank you, young Master Yi. Fan Long and the others had long been impressed by Yi Qinfeng's strength and methods. They accepted the Qianquan ring with both hands and thanked Yi Qinfeng gratefully. Alliance Leader Fan, the 100 Battle Starfield is in chaos now. I think you should join Nitian Palace or Human Sovereign Palace for protection. When this is over, we can rebuild the Human Tao Alliance. Fan Long and the others were too weak to protect themselves, so Yi Qinfeng suggested, "All right, we'll listen to young Master Yi and go to Nitian Palace." Fan Long and the others discussed and finally decided, "All right, Alliance Leader Fan, everyone, let's part ways here. We'll meet again if fate wills it." After bidding farewell to Fan Long and the others, Yi Qinfeng left the Tomb of the Great Void and flew toward the ancient teleportation formation that Bloodskull had told him about. He wanted to use the ancient teleportation formation to go to the true core of the celestial region, the Void God Realm. After breaking through to the 5-star Tao God Realm, Yi Qinfeng's flying speed became even faster. He flapped his undying wings rapidly, stirring up gusts of wind as he flew in the 100 Battles Starfield at more than 10 times the speed of light. About 10 days later, Yi Qinfeng, who was traveling at an astonishing speed, crossed an extremely vast area and arrived at a starry sea that resembled the Milky Way. Under the Bloodskull's guidance, he found the restriction that sealed the ancient teleportation formation. He forcefully broke the restriction and entered the ancient teleportation formation, which had been built for countless years and exuded a sense of vicissitudes. However, this ancient teleportation formation had existed for too long. The teleportation stones used to set it up were severely depleted and could no longer be activated. Yi Qinfeng had a limited number of teleportation stones on him. In desperation, Yi Qinfeng could only go to other starfields to exchange for teleportation stones, repair this ancient teleportation formation, and teleport to the Void God Realm. This place is not bad. Why don't we take a look at the harvest first before exchanging for a teleportation stone? The Sea of Stars was extremely dangerous, and very few people ventured deep into it. Yi Qinfeng felt that this place was very suitable for cultivation, so he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he entered the universe realm and checked his gains in the Tomb of the Great Void. Not bad, not bad. My gains from the Tomb of the Great Void this time have truly exceeded my expectations. The Supreme Grade Ancestral Artifact Death Scythe, the Middle Grade Ancestral Artifact Flying Immortal Sword, the Flying Immortal Battle Armor, the Low Grade Ancestral Artifact Devil Breaker Battle Armor, the Ancestral Armor, the Dragon Shocking Staff of the Ninth Heavens, the 10 Life Origins Spirit Beads, the 3 low-grade Ancestral Artifact Ancient Formation Flags, the Ancestral Dragon Pearl of Unknown Grade, the Ancestral Dragon Marrow, the 3 middle-grade Ancestral Pills, and the Supreme Grade Transcendent Saint Artifact he obtained from killing the Devil Ancestor. Looking at the harvest in front of him, Yi Qinfeng could not help but reveal an excited expression. This kind of gain could cause a huge uproar even in the Void God Realm. Not to mention that Yi Qinfeng had obtained a drop of ancient blood that was second only to the primordial blood. Although more than half of this drop of ancient blood had been refined by the death god, the ancestral power it contained was still powerful. Yi Qinfeng felt that if he could refine this drop of blood essence, he would definitely be able to strengthen the primordial blood and break through to the 6-star Tao God Realm. However, Yi Qinfeng was not in a hurry to refine this drop of ancient blood. He was prepared to raise his strength to the peak of the 6-star Tao God Realm before refining this drop of ancestral blood. He would use the power of the ancestral blood to break through the bottleneck and break through to the Tao ancestor realm in one fell swoop. I wonder if I can open the 5th level of the universe realm with my current strength. Yi Chen-feng gave the flying immortal battle armor to Xia Wendy, the devil breaker battle armor, and the dragon's terror of the 9th heaven staff to Ling Yu, and the middle grade ancestral artifact, flying immortal sword and other treasures. He tried to break through the 5th level of the universe realm. Break! Yi Chen-feng took a deep breath and burned his powerful, primordial blood. He forcibly raised his strength to that of a 6-star Tao god and released a powerful golden Tao power into the restriction of the 5th level of the cosmos realm. He forcibly tore apart the restriction of the 5th level of the cosmos realm. Kacha kacha! Under the continuous tearing of the golden Tao power released by Yi Chen-feng, the 5th level of the universe realm continued to crack and finally disappeared. Huff huff! I finally opened the 5th level of the universe realm. The moment the universe realm shattered, Yi Chen-feng revealed a faint smile. With a thought, he entered the 5th level of the universe realm, wanting to see what was in the 5th level of the universe realm. What dense immortal qi! After entering the 5th level of the universe realm, Yi Chen-feng immediately felt that the 5th level of the universe realm was filled with extremely pure immortal qi, and the flow of time here had reached an astonishing 30 times faster. In other words, 30 days of cultivation here was only 1 day in the outside world. This was extremely important to Yi Chen-feng. A person. Yi Chen-feng took a deep breath of immortal qi. When he sensed the 5th level of the universe realm, he realized that there were no treasures here, but there was a person. How could there be a person here? Yi Chen-feng frowned slightly, revealing a look of surprise. With a thought, he arrived in front of a rather handsome middle-aged man in a white robe, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Half of his face was covered with thick scales, and he was motionless. Sensing Yi Chen-feng's aura, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes, piercing straight at Yi Chen-feng as if he wanted to see through him. Human? The middle-aged man frowned slightly and said, I didn't expect this treasure to fall into the hands of a weak person like you. You are from the dragon tribe. When the middle-aged man was sizing up Yi Chen-feng was also secretly sizing him up. Looking at the dragon scales on half of his face and the aura emitted from his body, Yi Chen-feng guessed his identity. That's right, I am from the dragon tribe. The middle-aged man nodded and said, How about we make a deal? You let me go and return my freedom. I will owe you a favor and do one thing for you for free in the future. One thing? Yi Chen-feng smiled slightly and said, Isn't that too little? Then what do you want me to do? The middle-aged man had been trapped in the universe realm for countless years and desperately wanted to be free. It's very simple. Submit to me for 1,000 years, and I will return your freedom. Under the God-Eater brain's perception, Yi Chen-feng felt that the middle-aged man was the 3-star demon ancestor. Under the situation where the divine path was empty and the death god was sealed, with the middle-aged man's assistance, Yi Chen-feng didn't have to be afraid of going to the void god realm. Impossible. It's impossible for me to submit to a weak human like you for 1,000 years. The middle-aged man didn't even think and rejected. What if I give you a treasure? Yi Chen-feng suddenly thought of the ancestral dragon pearl he obtained in the tomb of the great void and was prepared to use this treasure to tempt him. No treasure will do. The middle-aged man said firmly, Don't be in a hurry to reject me. Take a look at the treasure I'm going to give you first. With that, Yi Chen-feng summoned the ancestral dragon pearl of unknown grade that he hadn't studied and placed it in front of the middle-aged man. Chapter 1773. Could this be the legendary ancestral dragon pearl? How did you get this treasure? Looking at the ancestral dragon pearl in Yi Chen-feng's hand, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. The ancestral dragon pearl was one of the treasures of the dragon clan. It was a life ancestral dragon pearl refined by a peak demon ancestor, almighty for countless years. However, it was lost tens of millions of years ago. The middle-aged man didn't expect that this treasure that the dragon clan had been searching for countless years was in Yi Qinfeng's hands. How about it, you follow me for 1,000 years, and I'll give this ancestral dragon pearl to you. Yi Qinfeng looked at the middle-aged man who was dumbfounded and had a fiery look in his eyes and said patiently, although the ancestral dragon pearl was precious, Yi Qinfeng wasn't a member of the dragon clan. This treasure was of limited use to him and was far less important than subduing the middle-aged man. All right, looking at the ancestral dragon pearl, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, I'll follow you for 1,000 years to ensure your safety. I hope you can fulfill your promise and return my freedom after 1,000 years. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Yi Qinfeng said solemnly, Okay, now you can swear by the heavenly Tao. After you swear, this ancestral dragon pearl is yours. The middle-aged man nodded and swore by the heavenly Tao in front of everyone. Okay, this ancestral dragon pearl is yours. After the middle-aged man swore, Yi Qinfeng gave him the ancestral dragon pearl. He wasn't afraid that the middle-aged man would have ulterior motives after obtaining the ancestral dragon pearl. If he found out that the middle-aged man had ulterior motives, he would let Xin Daoxiu take action and kill him. Now, tell me your name and why are you in the 5th level of the universe realm? My name is Long Xiaotian. I was the young master of the heavenly dragon clan back then. Now, I've cultivated to the peak of the 3-star demon ancestor realm. Tens of millions of years ago, I went out once and was captured by a sky race almighty and became his contracted beast. Long Xiaotian recounted his experience back then. In that case, this universe realm is the treasure of the supreme expert of the Tian clan? Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly. Yes, this universe realm is the treasure of the Tian clan, but something happened to him not long after he captured me, and I have been imprisoned here all this time. I never thought that this treasure would end up in your hands. Long Xiaotian nodded his head. Then Long Xiaotian, do you know how many layers there are in this universe realm? Yi Qinfeng continued to ask. This universe realm should have 6 levels of space, but the supreme expert of the Tian clan has always suppressed me on the 5th level, so I have never gone to the 6th level. Long Xiaotian said, It seems that if I want to open the 6th level of the universe realm, I need the strength of the Tao ancestor realm. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself, Long Xiaotian, I'll give you this dragon marrow and a supreme, great, heaven-piercing saint pellet. I hope you've already broken through to the 4-star fiend ancestor realm. Ancestral dragon marrow, supreme great heaven, reaching holy pellet. Looking at the ancestral dragon marrow and pills that Yi Qinfeng had given him, Long Xiaotian stared with wide eyes, revealing a look of shock. If the ancestral dragon marrow was placed in the dragon clan, the 4 patriarchs would probably fight for it, but Yi Qinfeng had given it to him without any hesitation. This made him feel shocked and moved. I will break through as soon as possible. Long Xiaotian nodded his head and swallowed the entire bottle of dark red ancestral dragon marrow into his stomach, preparing to cultivate in seclusion. Senior Xin Daoxiu, Senior Torch Dragon Matzi, everyone, come to the 5th level of the universe realm. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng teleported Xin Daoxiu and company to the 5th level of the universe realm. He gave them quite a bit of dragon marrow and heaven-piercing saint pellet, allowing them to cultivate in the 5th level of the universe realm with 30 times the flow of time and attempt to break through to a higher realm. This aura, a peak ancestor realm supreme expert. Although Shen Daoxiu's injuries were extremely serious, greatly affecting his strength, Long Xiaotian's heart palpitated when he sensed the aura he emitted. He did not doubt Shen Daoxiu's strength and was astonished that Yi Qinfeng had such an expert protecting him. Immortal Qi, I never expected your spatial treasure to be of such a high grade. Not only does it have a space with 30 times the flow of time, but it also nurtures immortal qi. Perhaps following you can really heal Ai's old injuries. Shin Daoshu sucked a blob of immortal qi into his stomach and immediately felt his body relax. Senior, rest assured and recuperate here. If the soul pearl of life origins is insufficient, I still have more, Yi Qinfeng said generously. All right. Shen Daoshu nodded and found a place with rich immortal qi. He inhaled and exhaled the immortal qi to refine the soul pearl of life origins and heal his old injuries. After giving Torch Dragon, Xia Pattern Butterfly, and company a large number of heaven-piercing saint pellets, Yi Qinfeng planned on cultivating in seclusion for a period of time to refine the ancestral dragon marrow and further enhance his physical strength. After the outside world calmed down, he would find a place to exchange for teleportation stones. Inin, Yi Qinfeng drank a small mouthful of ancestral dragon marrow and immediately felt as though a divine dragon had appeared in his body, roaring continuously. Powerful ancestral aura filled his body and opened up his tough meridians. However, his physical body was too strong, and the rioting ancestral dragon marrow couldn't harm him at all. God transformation, 9 transformations, refine. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and quickly circulated the God transformation, 9 transformations, to refine the ancestral dragon marrow that contained powerful ancestral aura. He tempered his body and attempted to break through to the second layer of the celestial realm. The God transformation, 9 transformations, was more difficult to cultivate towards the end and required more energy. Fortunately, the ancestral dragon marrow was heaven-defying enough. Under Yi Qinfeng's full refinement, his physical strength continued to increase. Time flew by. Very quickly. 3 years had passed in the outside world, and 90 years had passed in the 5th level of the universe realm. Fair! The terrain of this sea of stars is complicated, and there are many unknown dangers. We better not go any deeper to avoid trouble. A gray-robed old man with graying sideburns followed behind a young woman in colorful clothes. She had a tall and graceful figure, and her legs were round and slender. Her entire body was enveloped in a layer of faint yellow light. He surveyed the surroundings and spoke cautiously. Second Grandpa, with your protection, can the dangers in the sea of stars threaten me? I want to go a few hundred nautical miles deeper. I have a feeling that there is a great opportunity in front that I can't miss. The young and beautiful woman smiled gently and persistently said, Sigh, all right then. Let's go another 200 nautical miles. Regardless of whether we obtain the opportunity or not, we will leave immediately. The gray-robed old man sighed softly and summoned an ancient flag that flowed with mysterious Tao patterns. He followed behind the woman in the colorful dress and protected her as they continued to venture deeper into the sea of stars. Roar! 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 Suddenly, a ferocious roar resounded from the depths of the sea of stars, and the formidable sound waves caused the icy cold seawater to roil violently. In the next moment, a black shark that was over 10 meters long, covered in dark red striations, had a fin on its back that was like a blade, and had a mouthful of sharp fangs appeared, and it charged swiftly towards the gray-robed old man and woman. A high, rank ancestral beast. That black shark is a high, rank ancestral beast. Even though the gray-robed old man was formidable, he was merely a first-star Tao god, and he was far from being a match for the black shark. On the other hand, the woman's strength was even weaker, and she was only a 5th-star Tao lord. So, both of them immediately encountered danger when facing the black shark that was an overlord of the Sea of Stars. Fair, you leave first. I'll resist the black shark's attacks, and we'll meet up outside the Sea of Stars in a while. The gray-robed old man who held the ancient flag in his hand and controlled the markings of the offensive formation to resist the black shark urged anxiously. But second Grandpa, there are no buts. None of us will be able to leave if you don't leave. The black shark's strength had always been superior to the gray-robed old man, and coupled with the fact that they were in the sea, its combat strength was even stronger. So the gray-robed old man was surrounded by danger when facing its ferocious attacks, and he urged loudly, "Pooh!" Right when the gray-robed old man urged loudly and was slightly distracted, the black shark was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the sea of stars, and it smashed forcefully against the gray-robed old man. Its terrifying attack directly tore through the attacks of the ancient flag and blasted the gray-robed old man flying, causing his blood to dye the sea red. Second Grandpa. When she noticed that the gray-robed old man was in danger, the woman in a multicolored dress gritted her teeth, gave up on fleeing by herself, and mustered up all her strength with the intention of rescuing him. Chapter 1774. Gulp! Witnessing the scene of Heishah's death, the colorful dressed woman couldn't help but gulp. The gray-clothed old man was even more stunned by the scene before him. The black shark was an upper-class ancestor beast. Even a 2-star Tao god would have a hard time killing it. However, the person who came tore the black shark apart with his bare hands. Such strength was beyond their imagination. "Senior, thank you for saving our lives. Yun Changhe will never forget it." The gray-robed elder took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and said, respectfully, "However, when Yun Changhe and the lady saw the person who tore the black shark apart with his bare hands, they were even more shocked. This was because they saw that the person who saved them was too young. He definitely had not cultivated for more than 1,000 years. With less than 1,000 years of cultivation, he had the strength to tear the upper-class ancestor beast black shark apart with his bare hands. They dared not imagine how terrifying the talent of the person in front of them was. This person was none other than Yi Qinfeng, who had been cultivating in the cosmos realm for 90 years. After 90 years of cultivation, Yi Qinfeng used the ancestral dragon marrow to break the shackles of his body and cultivate to the second heaven of heaven and earth. His physical strength had reached a shocking 200 billion gene. "I saved you because I have something to ask you. Where is the closest star continent to the astral sea?" Yi Qinfeng asked softly as he looked at the two surviving cultivators. "That's right. The nearest star land to the Star Sea is called Purple Star. We are from Purple Star City. If you don't mind, you can visit our Yun family." Although Yi Qinfeng looked young, his strength deeply shocked the gray-robed elder, and he invited him respectfully. Yi Qinfeng only wanted to ask for directions. He did not want to have anything to do with the Yun family. He shook his head and said, "No, you just need to tell me the star indicator of Purple Star." "All right then." The gray-robed elder and the lady in a gray robe looked disappointed, but they still obediently told Yi Qinfeng the star indicator of Purple Star. "All right." Yi Qinfeng nodded. He quickly flapped his immortal wings, stirring up gusts of wind, and disappeared in front of the gray-robed elder and the lady in a flash. "So strong. Second Grandpa, what realm do you think he is?" The woman in the colorful dress asked curiously as the ear-piercing sonic boom rang in her ears. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with shock. "I think he might be a 5-star or 6-star deity level expert," the gray-robed elder said. "So powerful," the woman in the colorful dress said in surprise. "All right, this Star Sea is too dangerous. Let's quickly leave this place." After he finished speaking, the gray-robed old man quickly left with the frightened woman in the colorful dress. Purple Star City, Purple Star's largest and most prosperous city. It occupied nearly half of Purple Star's star continent and was a city many starry sky cultivators liked to visit. "I hope this Purple Star City has enough transfer stones." The Void God world was too far away. If one wanted to use the ancient transmission array to enter the Void God world, they would need an enormous amount of transmission stones. Fortunately, Yi Qinfeng had killed too many Supreme Masters and had accumulated a mountain of top-grade universe, realm heaven crystals, and Saint crystals, enough for him to squander. Walking into the prosperous and lively Purple Star City, Yi Chen-feng did not waste any time and, after asking around, headed to the largest treasure house in Purple Star City. Barriers? I didn't expect there to be a strength restriction when entering this treasure house. Yi Chen-feng smiled faintly when he sensed the powerful restrictions on the treasure tower. He did not linger and directly passed through the restrictions, walking into the splendidly decorated treasure tower. Welcome, young lord, to Purple Cloud House. What would young lord like to buy? Yi Chen-feng had just entered the somewhat deserted treasure pavilion when a graceful woman wearing a purple cheongsam with a phoenix pattern walked over and asked in a clear voice. Her sexy waist swayed as she walked over. I want to buy a transfer stone. Yi Chen-feng glanced around the sparsely populated Purple Cloud House hall before shifting his gaze to the cheongsam woman and saying coldly, Transfer stone. The cheongsam woman frowned unconsciously. She did not expect Yi Chen-feng to be here to buy transfer stones of low value and was slightly disappointed. The way she looked at him changed subtly. How many would young lord like to buy? The cheongsam woman asked indifferently. I'll buy as many as you have. Yi Chen-feng noticed the change in the cheongsam woman's expression, but he did not care and said slowly, Hiss. The cheongsam woman's eyes widened and her charming face revealed a look of shock. Although the value of a transfer stone was not high, if she bought a lot, she could still get a generous return. Young lord, please follow me. Sensing that Yi Chen-feng was not ordinary, a smile appeared on the cheongsam woman's charming face again. She led him to the back hall and personally poured him a cup of spirit tea. Young lord, my Purple Cloud House should have more than 80,000 transfer stones. If young lord wants to buy all of them, I can give young lord a discount. Young lord only needs to pay 1 million high-grade heaven crystals. The cheongsam woman said in a pleasant voice, Only a little over 80,000. Yi Chen-feng frowned slightly, revealing a dissatisfied expression. Why? Isn't 80,000 transfer stones enough? The cheongsam woman revealed a look of surprise. A transfer formation set up with 80,000 transfer stones could send 1 to 100,000 star regions. It's far from enough. Yi Chen-feng shook his head and said, How about this? I'll buy these 80,000 transfer stones first. Then, can you help me exchange for transfer stones through your Purple Cloud House's channels? The cheongsam woman hesitated. I'm willing to buy them at double the price. Yi Chen-feng said generously, Double the price. The cheongsam woman's eyes lit up and said, All right, since young lord needs transfer stones so much, my Purple Cloud House will think of a way to help young lord exchange for them. Thank you. Yi Chen-feng smiled and handed a universe ring to the cheongsam woman, saying there are 5 million high-grade heaven crystals in this universe ring. Take the rest as a deposit. All right, I'll go get the transfer stones for young lord now. The cheongsam woman was overjoyed. She immediately took out more than 80,000 transfer stones for Yi Chen-feng and arranged a place for him to stay. 3 days later, the cheongsam woman came to Yi Chen-feng's room and said politely, Young lord, after our hard work, we have exchanged another 180,000 transfer stones for you. Thank you for your trouble. Yi Chen-feng generously paid over 1 million high-grade heaven crystals and said, Miss, can you continue to help me exchange? These transfer stones are far from enough for me. When the cheongsam woman saw Yi Chen-feng's generosity, she really wanted to help him. However, their Purple Cloud House had used almost all of their connections to exchange for 180,000 transfer stones. It would be extremely difficult to continue. How about this? I'll use True Spirit St. Dan to exchange for transfer stones. How about 10,000 transfer stones for 1 supreme grade True Spirit St. Dan? Yi Chen-feng said generously, Young lord is really willing to use supreme grade True Spirit St. Dan to exchange for transfer stones. Supreme grade, true spirit, St. Dan was extremely precious in the purple star. If Yi Chen Feng was really willing to take out supreme grade, true spirit St. Dan to exchange for transfer stones, there would definitely be many people who would be willing to take out their private stash to exchange for them. Moreover, 10,000 transfer stones for one supreme grade, true spirit, St. Dan, would definitely make a huge profit. Yi Chen Feng nodded. All right, then I'll try, the Cheongsam woman said with a smile on her face. She looked at Yi Chen Feng with a gentle gaze, as if she wanted to melt him. Many thanks. Yi Chen Feng smiled and gave a supreme grade, true spirit saint artifact, level protective talisman, to the Cheongsam woman. Young lord, the night is long. Do you need me to accompany you tonight? After seeing Yi Chen Feng's generosity, the Cheongsam woman, who had extraordinary looks, had a trace of fantasy in her heart. She wanted to use her beauty to get close to Yi Chen Feng and obtain a greater return. No need, you just need to exchange for transfer stones for me. I won't forget your benefits. Chapter 1775. Early in the morning, the gentle sunlight shone into the room, causing traces of light to appear in the pitch-black room, waking Yi Chen Feng from his cultivation. Phew, it really isn't that easy to break through to the 6-star Tao God realm. Yi Chen Feng had refined an extremely precious, supreme-grade, heaven-piercing, sacred pill, but he realized that his cultivation had stagnated. He guessed that he had taken too many elixirs in the beginning, causing his body to develop a resistance to them. If he wanted to get rid of this resistance, he could only grind it out bit by bit through continuous battles. Just as Yi Chen Feng was preparing to enter the universe realm and battle the god-fiend Candle Dragon, his powerful soul sensed that the Cheongsam lady had appeared outside his room early in the morning. Following her was the aura of a peak Tao lord. Young Master Yi, are you awake? The Cheongsam lady knocked on the door gently and asked respectfully, Come in. Yi Chen Feng's voice sounded in the room. Young Master Yi, this is Miss Bailey from the Bailey family. The Cheongsam lady introduced softly. Miss Bailey heard that you wanted to exchange supreme grade, true spirit, sacred pills for teleportation stones, so she came specially to make a deal with you. Miss Bailey, how many supreme grade, true spirit, sacred pills do you want exchange for? Yi Chen Feng shifted his gaze to the woman in the Cheongsam. She was wearing a short, snow-white skirt. Her figure was curvaceous, and her beautiful, snow-white legs were exposed in the air. She had light makeup on her delicate face, and she exuded a faint fragrance. Although Bailey Yunxiu was extremely beautiful, even more so than the Cheongsam lady, there was a trace of arrogance between her brows that made people feel a little uncomfortable. How many supreme grade, true spirit, sacred pills do you have? Bailey Yunxiu's slender fingers gently twirled the long black hair in front of her chest as she spoke in a neutral tone. How many teleportation stones can your Bailey family take out? I can exchange them for as many top-grade, holy true elixir pills. Yi Chen Feng said with a faint smile. Hee, young master, you're so generous. I wonder if you can let me appraise the supreme grade, true spirit, sacred pills in your hands first? Bailey Yunxiu's eyes lit up, and the way she looked at Yi Chen Feng changed slightly. Sure. With a thought, Yi Chen Feng took out a peak grade, true spirit, holy pill. With a flick of his finger, the peak grade, true spirit, holy pill flew towards Bailey Yunxiu. The best of the best of the best. Bailey Yunxiu carefully examined the true spirit, holy pill that Yi Chen Feng had shot over. Her beautiful eyes shone with a scorching light. All right, my Bailey clan will do this business. Bailey Yunxiu's pitch-black eyes rolled slightly. My Bailey clan is prepared to exchange for 100 true spirit saint pills. Does young master have any? 100 stones. The corners of Yi Chen Feng's mouth rose slightly, Your Bailey family has 1 million teleportation stones. Yes, but I only have 100,000 on me right now. I'll give the rest to you in a few days. Bailey Yunxiu nodded and revealed a trace of craftiness. All right. Contrary to the Chong Sam woman's expectations, Yi Qinfeng agreed without thinking. He handed over Universe Ring to Bailey Yunxiu and said, "There are 99 supreme grade, true spirit Saint Pills in here, including the ones in your hand. There are exactly 100. Thank you, young master." Bailey Yunxiu didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be so straightforward. She handed over the 100,000 teleportation stones to Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng counted the teleportation stones, put them into the universe mirror, and said indifferently, "How long will it take for your Bailey clan to gather the rest of the teleportation stones?" 1 month is enough, Bailey Yunxiu said. All right, 1 month later, I will personally go to your Bailey clan to get the rest of the teleportation stones. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Then I will wait for young Master Ye's arrival at the Bailey clan. After obtaining the 100 supreme grade, true spirit Saint Pills, Bailey Yunxiu didn't stay for long and turned to leave. When she left, Yi Qinfeng caught a trace of cold light from the corner of her eyes. Young Master Yi, you. Looking at the departing Bailey Yunxiu, the Chong Sam woman was speechless. She couldn't figure out why Yi Qinfeng trusted Bailey Yunxiu and the Bailey clan so much. Do you think she will lie to me? Looking at the Chong Sam woman who wanted to say something but stopped, Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly. Young Master Yi, how much do you know about the Bailey clan? The Chong Sam woman sighed faintly in her heart. This is the first time I've heard of it. Yi Qinfeng said truthfully. This. The Chong Sam woman was even more speechless. Young Master Yi, this Bailey clan is the #1 force in the Purple Cloud City. There are rumors that they have a close relationship with the Sky Clan. If they want to renege on their debt, I'm afraid. It doesn't matter. It's not that easy to renege on my debt. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said domineeringly. AI, looking at Yi Qinfeng's handsome face, the Chong Sam woman couldn't figure out where his courage to challenge the Bailey clan came from. However, the Bailey clan was too powerful. The Chong Sam woman didn't dare to say anything. She sighed softly and turned to leave. Bailey clan. After the Chong Sam woman left, Yi Qinfeng revealed a cold smile. If the Bailey clan wants to be annihilated, then go ahead and renege on your debt. After saying that, he set up a few restrictions in the room. With a thought, he entered the universe mirror and found the divine demon torch dragon to compete with him. Yunxiu, how was your talk with that person? When Bailey Yunxiu left the inn, a 1-star Dao god wearing a Daoist robe immediately walked up and asked in a low voice, "Third uncle, this is the first time I've seen such a naive fool." Bailey Yunxiu said with a smile as she thought about how she had easily swindled 100 supreme grade, true spirit Saint Pills from Yi Qinfeng's hands. What do you mean? The Daoist-robed elder asked in surprise. I used 100,000 teleportation stones to swindle 100 supreme grade, true spirit Saint Pills from him. Bailey Yunxiu explained the situation simply. 100 pills! The Daoist-robed elder knew the value of supreme grade, true spirit Saint Pills. 100 supreme grade, true spirit Saint Pills were enough to help many experts of the Bailey clan break through. If I knew that person was so stupid, I would have swindled him more. Bailey Yunxiu said uncontentedly. Yunxiu, how is that person's strength? The scheming Daoist robed elder pondered for a moment and asked, Don't worry, third uncle. That person is just a young brat. He won't be able to cause any big waves. Bailey Yunxiu said, If he really dares to come to my Bailey clan to ask for the debt, I will definitely make sure he doesn't return. Yunxiu, it's better to be careful about this matter. A person who can take out 100 supreme grade, true spirit Saint Pills is definitely not a good person. The Daoist-robed elder said cautiously. Third uncle, did you forget? Father said that the people from the Heavenly Imperial clan will be coming to my Bailey clan as guests in a few days. As long as we invite them to stay for a few more days, it will be useless even if that brat has 3 heads and 6 arms. Bailey Yunxiu said craftily. That's a good idea. Chapter 1776. Young Master Yi, our house master has set up a banquet at Spring Breeze residence and wishes to meet young master. I wonder if young master has the time? Yi Chenfeng, who was covered in wounds, sat cross-legged in his room, silently healing the injuries he had sustained from his battle with the fiend god Torch Dragon. At this moment, the woman in the Cheongsam came to his room once again. She looked at Yi Chenfeng with a complicated gaze as she spoke softly. Good. I will go to Spring Breeze residence tonight. Yi Chenfeng said with a faint smile as he looked at the woman in the Cheongsam, who was biting her lips and hesitating to speak. Young Master Yi, be careful. Looking at Yi Chenfeng's handsome face and thinking of the wealth he had brought her, the Cheongsam woman whispered before turning around and leaving. Bailey family, it seems you want to renege on your promise. Yi Chenfeng instantly understood the situation and guessed that tonight's banquet was a trap and that the mastermind behind it was the Bailey family. However, he was not afraid. If the Bailey family really did not know the difference between life and death, he did not mind erasing their name from Purple Star City. In the evening, Yi Chenfeng left the inn alone. Immediately, someone came up to him and respectfully led Yi Chenfeng to a luxurious carriage, bringing him to the Spring Breeze residence, located in the East City. It was located beside a quiet lake and surrounded by bamboo trees. Spring Breeze residence, such a beautiful place, will soon become a purgatory on Earth. What a pity! Yi Chenfeng passed through a small path in the bamboo forest. As he walked towards the quaint Spring Breeze residence, his sharp senses detected the presence of a restriction in the bamboo forest. Once this restriction was activated, the surroundings of Spring Breeze residence would be completely isolated. It would be very difficult for outsiders to know what was happening inside. Young Master Yi, we have waited for you for so long. Please come in. When Yi Chenfeng slowly walked into the Spring Breeze residence, which was filled with the faint fragrance of sandalwood, he saw a woman in a qipao with a graceful figure, a large part of her snow-white chest exposed, and a tall and straight jade peak. Beside her stood a man with a dignified appearance, slightly white hair, and a black beard around his mouth. The man was the Tower Master of Purple Cloud, Ziyunpeng, who was at the peak of the 2-star Dao God Realm. Yi Chenfeng glanced at the Cheongsam woman with sparkling eyes and gave her a faint smile. He followed Ziyunpeng to the most luxurious private room in Spring Breeze residence. Tower Master, may I know why you have invited me here tonight? Yi Chenfeng took a sip of the spirit tea that the woman in Cheongsam poured for him. His eyes flashed as he slowly asked, I heard from Xiaoya that she met a noble and wanted to get to know him. Yunpeng lowered his attitude and said politely, Furthermore, Mr. Yi has brought such a large amount of wealth to the Purple Cloud House. I naturally have to thank you for your generosity. Come, Xiaoya, pour some wine. Tonight, I want to drink with young Master Yi until we're drunk. Yes, Tower Master. Under Yunpeng's command, the woman in the Cheongsam sat close to Yi Chenfeng and poured him a cup of fragrant wine. Mr. Yi, tonight we will only talk about romance. Come, let's drink. Ziyunpeng raised his cup with both hands and said in a good mood. After 3 rounds of wine, Ziyunpeng, who was emitting a faint smell of wine, said, Mr. Yi, may I know where you are from? Are you traveling to the Purple Cloud City? I am just a rogue cultivator who happened to pass by the Purple Cloud City. I would like to exchange for some teleportation stones in case of an emergency. Yi Chenfeng slowly tasted the wine and said indifferently, May I know why Mr. Yi needs so many teleportation stones? After hearing that Yi Chenfeng was just a rogue cultivator, Ziyunpeng could not help but reveal a cold smile as he continued to ask, Tower Master, aren't you talking too much? Yi Qinfeng glanced at him coldly and said softly, "Yes, yes. Xiaoya, you must take good care of Mr. Yi tonight. If Mr. Yi is not satisfied, I will hold you responsible." Zi Yunpeng smiled faintly and did not get angry. Then he said to the charming woman in Cheongsam, whose face was flushed red, "Yes." The Cheongsam woman nodded and pressed her soft body against Yi Qinfeng's body. She said in a seductive voice, "Mr. Yi, I toast to you." "Mr. Yi, what do you think of ya? If Mr. Yi likes her, I will let ya, go back with Mr. Yi and serve Mr. Yi to bed." Zi Yunpeng saw that Yi Qinfeng had drunk a lot of wine and revealed a thought-provoking smile. "You really want me to go back?" Yi Qinfeng did not like the Cheongsam woman's entanglement. He gently pushed her soft body to the side and looked coldly at Zi Yunpeng. "Mr. Yi, I don't understand what you are saying." Zi Yunpeng was startled and revealed a strange smile. "Tower Master Zi, to be honest, your acting skills are really not that good." Yi Qinfeng lost his patience and said, "All right, let's not waste any more time. Let the people hiding in the surroundings come out. Let me see who the Bailey family has found to deal with me. I have underestimated you." Although his scheme was seen through by Yi Qinfeng, Zi Yunpeng did not reveal a panicked expression. He believed that with his inescapable trap, even if Yi Qinfeng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to escape death. "This can only mean that your means are a little weak." Yi Qinfeng gently pointed his finger and did not wait for the Cheongsam woman to dodge. He pointed at her forehead and directly knocked her out. She was not a bad person and was sent into the universe mirror. Kacha! At this moment, the walls around the private room shattered. 8 men wearing armor and emitting ferocious auras appeared with transcendent saint artifacts in their hands. They surrounded Yi Qinfeng, who was drinking alone calmly in the middle of the room. "Brat, I can't help but admire your courage. You are about to die, and yet you are still drinking here. Do you know that there is poison in this wine?" Zi Yunpeng, who had shed all pretense of cordiality, revealed a sinister expression and said coldly, "You call this poison?" Yi Qinfeng revealed a disdainful smile and said, "All right, let's not waste any more time. Let's do it. After I finish you off, I can go back to sleep." Arrogant, a burly man with thick hair all over his body roared angrily. His eyes were wide open as he wielded a battle blade that weighed hundreds of millions of kilograms. It was a lower-grade, transcendent saint artifact. He slashed at Yi Qinfeng. As the saber slashed out, the entire space was split into 2 halves by the terrifying saber radiance. The terrifying saber power destroyed everything, and the terrifying aura was suffocating. "A mere 1-star Tao God wants to hurt me." Before the saber slashed down, Yi Qinfeng quickly stretched out 2 fingers and broke the saber radiance. He accurately pinched the man's lower-grade heaven-reaching divine saber. Yi Qinfeng's body was comparable to a lower-grade heaven-reaching divine weapon after reaching the 2nd heaven of the celestial being realm. A mere lower-grade heaven-reaching divine saber could not hurt him at all. What? Seeing Yi Qinfeng pinching the lower-grade heaven-reaching divine saber with 2 fingers, Zi Yunpeng and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. They were very clear about the burly man's combat strength. The power of his saber was enough to hurt an ordinary 2-star Tao God. Crack! Just as Zi Yunpeng and the others' hearts were in turmoil, Yi Qinfeng's fingers suddenly exerted force. More than 200 billion gene of strength burst forth from his fingers and forcefully crushed the back of the low-grade sky-piercing Saint Saber. This shocking scene stunned everyone present. "I don't believe that you are not poisoned." Seeing Yi Qinfeng's shocking combat strength, beads of sweat appeared on Zi Yunpeng's forehead. He quickly took out a long flute and blew it rapidly. He used sound waves to stimulate the poison in Yi Qinfeng's body. However, no matter how hard he blew, he could not stimulate the poison in Yi Qinfeng's body. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's calm expression, Zi Yunpeng gulped, and a strong sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. You are really not poisoned. All of you, come at me together. Don't waste time. Chapter 1777. Damn it, I don't believe that we can't kill him with so many of us. The burly man whose blade was crushed by Yi Qinfeng's fingers roared. He burned his powerful saint spirit and bloodline at all costs to raise his combat strength to the extreme and slashed out the strongest blade he had mastered. A blade radiance that was dozens of feet long slashed down. The blade radiance was so strong that it shattered the entire room. The terrifying blade essence shook the entire Spring Breeze house. You're too weak. Yi Qinfeng stretched out his hand, and the four great Tao wills instantly turned into a huge hand that covered the sky. It grabbed and crushed the blade radiance that was dozens of feet long. Then Yi Qinfeng flicked his finger, and the wine cup in his hand flew away. Like a rapidly flying meteor, it broke through the burly man's body defense, shattered his saint spirit, and sent him flying. Boom! The saint spirit was shattered, and a powerful force exploded in his body, directly blowing his body into pieces. He turned into a cloud of blood mist in midair and died on the spot. Ku! Seeing this, Zi Yunpeng and the others' faces changed drastically. They did not expect Yi Qinfeng's combat strength to be so terrifying that he could kill a one-star Tao god with just a wine cup. Use your trump card. Yi Qinfeng's strength was beyond imagination. Zi Yunpeng, who was getting more and more uneasy, quickly took out 3 ancient talismans. When he spat a few mouthfuls of blood essence into the talismans, the 3 talismans instantly burned and turned into thousands of Dao inscriptions that attacked Yi Qinfeng like flowing water. Weak, too weak. Is this what you're relying on? How disappointing. Yi Qinfeng opened his hand and once again condensed into a terrifyingly powerful hand of the Will of the Way. Swallowing and spitting out powerful Will of the Way, the hand grabbed the Will of the Way formed by the 3 talismans and directly crushed them. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Zi Yunpeng had spent a great deal of effort to obtain these 3 talismans. Once they were used, they were enough to threaten a 3-star Tao god. But now, the 3 talismans had been easily destroyed by Yi Qinfeng. This caused Zi Yunpeng and the others' hearts to hit rock bottom. Come on, let's get out of here first. Sensing the terror of Yi Qinfeng, Zi Yunpeng and the others wanted to retreat and leave quickly. However, when they burned their powerful qi and blood and used blood flight to escape, they were repelled by a powerful restrictive force. Their bodies fell heavily to the ground with bruises all over their faces. You sealed this place. Zi Yunpeng and the others fell into despair when they saw the powerful restrictive light around Spring Wind Residence. What, scared? Weren't you guys very arrogant just now? Yi Qinfeng sat on the chair and looked at them in silence. Your Excellency is really strong. We are convinced. With his escape route sealed, Zi Yunpeng gritted his teeth and braced himself. However, Your Excellency might not be clear about your situation. If you kill me, I guarantee that the Bailey family will not let you leave Purple Star City alive. You don't need to worry about that. Yi Qinfeng said indifferently. All right, my patience is limited. You guys can attack together. After I kill you, I will send your heads to the Bailey family and let them know the consequences of reneging on a debt. Zi Yunpeng gritted his teeth and said, I'm not afraid to tell you that the Imperial Sky Clan's people are in the Bailey family. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than the Imperial Sky Clan? The Imperial Sky Clan's people are here. After hearing this news, Yi Qinfeng was not shocked but happy. Since they're here, let's send them up together. Who are you? Hearing that Yi Qinfeng was not afraid of the Imperial Sky Clan's people, Zi Yunpeng and the others were really scared. A bunch of dead. People don't need to know who I am. Yi Qinfeng slowly stood up and said, I'll count to 3. If you don't attack, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Right away, seeing the coldness in Yi Qinfeng's eyes, Zi Yunpeng and the others knew that begging for mercy was useless. They had no choice but to bite the bullet and attack Yi Qinfeng. In order to fight for their last chance of survival, Zi Yunpeng and the others did not hold back. They used all their strength and constantly used their powerful trump cards to attack Yi Qinfeng, wanting to kill him together. However, Yi Qinfeng, who had cultivated to the second heavenly layer of the heavenly body realm, had a terrifying physical body. A single punch from him was enough to destroy a mid-grade, transcendent saint artifact. Pung pung pung. A series of shattering sounds rang out in the chaotic void. Under Yi Qinfeng's all-out attack, the trump cards Zi Yunpeng and the others used were constantly shattered. They were unable to harm Yi Qinfeng at all. Saint-level sword soul, kill! As Yi Qinfeng crushed the incoming trump cards, the saint-level sword soul flew out of his sea of soul and drew a powerful sword ray in the air. It chopped off the head of a one-star Tao god and split open his body, killing him on the spot. Go to hell! When Yi Qinfeng killed one person, 3 divine realm almighties who were unafraid of death rushed toward Yi Qinfeng without caring about anything else. When they got close to Yi Qinfeng, they suddenly exploded their holy spirits and used their own lives to launch a fatal attack on Yi Qinfeng. However, when they exploded their holy spirits, the saint-level sword soul chopped off their heads under the control of Yi Qinfeng's mind. Near them, 3 earth-shattering explosions rang out. The terrifying, explosive power instantly annihilated Yi Qinfeng and wanted to severely injure his body. Die! Zi Yunpeng and the others seized this opportunity and burned their holy spirits and bloodlines. They attacked with all their might, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yi Qinfeng. Sigh, you can't even break through my defense. How can you kill me? Yi Qinfeng, who was wearing the ancestral armor, sighed softly. He waved his arm and broke through the terrifying, destructive storm. With heavy steps, he walked toward Zi Yunpeng and the others, whose expressions had changed greatly. How is this possible? How can your defense be so strong? Zi Yunpeng and the others were truly in despair when they saw that the 3 divine realm almighties were unable to harm Yi Qinfeng in the slightest. Their hearts were filled with regret. If they had known that Yi Qinfeng was so terrifying, they would not have dared to provoke him even if they had 10,000 guts. Plop! Zi Yunpeng was the master of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. He had a lot of time to waste and did not want to die at all. As he watched Yi Qinfeng walk over, he knelt on the ground in despair. He kowtowed and begged Yi Qinfeng to forgive him. It's too late to regret now. Yi Qinfeng lightly pointed a finger. A terrifying Tao will gushed out from his finger. The finger pierced through the air and pierced through Zi Yunpeng's neck, directly blasting his head off. Then, the soul force in Yi Qinfeng's mind exploded, turning into a terrifying dizzying force that blasted into Zi Yunpeng's head. It directly crushed his soul and killed him. Begging for mercy was useless. The remaining divine realm almighties went all out and attacked Yi Qinfeng with all their might. However, the difference in strength between them and Yi Qinfeng was too great. They could not threaten Yi Qinfeng at all. In less than 5 breaths, the remaining divine realm almighties were killed by Yi Qinfeng like the autumn wind sweeping up fallen leaves. Their heads were all chopped off by him. Bailey family, I hope that you will like my gift. Chapter 1778. A terrified scream broke the tranquility of the early morning. It reverberated throughout the Bailey family's old residence and alarmed the entire Bailey family. Zi Yunpeng. When the Bailey family's patriarch, Bailey Hechuan, hurriedly rushed over and saw the row of heads outside the gate and the guards who were killed without anyone noticing, his face became incomparably gloomy. Big brother, this should be done by that brat. The Taoist-robed old man, Bailey Jiang, said with a cold glint in his eyes, It seems that we have underestimated that person. However, since he dares to provoke my Bailey family, I guarantee that he will die without a burial ground. Bailey Hechuan ordered people to bury Zi Yunpeng and the others' heads as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Big brother, should we ask the Imperial Sky Clan's 6th elder and the others to deal with that brat?" Bailey Jiang asked cautiously, Prepare a generous gift. I will go and pay a visit to the 6th elder in a while." Bailey Hechuan nodded and said, "Just as the Bailey family asked the Imperial Sky Clan's 6th elder to deal with Yi Qinfeng, who had killed Zi Yunpeng and the others, returned to the tavern. He summoned the Qipao girl out of the universe realm and woke her up. "Young Master Yi!" The Qipao girl slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Yi Qinfeng in front of her, her eyes widened and revealed an expression as if she had seen a ghost. "Are you very shocked that I didn't die?" Seeing the Qipao girl's shocked expression, Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile and said, "It seems that they have underestimated young master. Since young master dared to give the Bailey family on credit, you must have absolute strength." The Qipao girl took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart. She said with a complicated tone, "However, since young master already knew that the Bailey family would give the money on credit, why didn't you immediately ask for it? Wouldn't it be too rushed to go now?" Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly. He poured himself a cup of spiritual tea and said, "I will wait for the Bailey family to mobilize their troops and ask for the help of all the experts. Then I will defeat them in one fell swoop. Only then will they repent in hell." Demon, looking at the smiling Yi Qinfeng drinking tea by himself, the woman in the Cheongsam felt her heart tremble. "You have a good heart, so you can stay with me for the next few days. Wait until I destroy the Bailey family. Then no one will come looking for trouble with you." Yi Qinfeng looked at the Cheongsam woman. Her eyes flickered as he spoke. "Young master, can you follow young master from now on?" The woman in the Cheongsam suddenly knelt on the ground and begged. No. Although the woman in the Cheongsam was lovely, Yi Qinfeng was firm and unmoved. He shook his head and refused without hesitation. Days passed. Perhaps because they felt Yi Qinfeng's terror, the Bailey family no longer sent anyone to provoke him. However, under Bailey Hechuan's kind invitation, the people from the Heavenly Imperial Clan stayed in the Bailey family. Because he was afraid that the Heavenly Imperial Clan would be disgusted, Bailey Hechuan did not tell them the truth. However, with the 6th elder and 7th elder of the Heavenly Imperial Clan overseeing things, Bailey Hechuan calmed down and started his revenge plan. "Yunxiu, why are you frowning? Who bullied you?" A one-star Dao God realm man in a dark golden robe with a tall and straight figure slowly arrived outside a pergola. He looked at Bailey Yunxiu, who held her chin with one hand and seemed to be lost in thought, and a trace of burning desire appeared in his eyes as he spoke. "Sigh, it's nothing." Bailey Yunxiu sighed softly and acted very well. "Yunxiu, if there's anything, just tell me. As long as I can help you, I won't make excuses." Looking at Bailey Yunxiu's charming face, graceful body, and slender legs, the man in the dark golden robe felt a fire in his heart. He was planning to coax her into bed. "All right, since Brother Changfeng wants to hear it, I'll tell you." Bailey Yunxiu revealed a charming expression as she narrated, adding oil and vinegar to the story. She described Yi Qinfeng as a villain who bullied the Bailey family. "So it's such a small matter." Huang Changfeng revealed a trace of arrogance and said, "Let's go, I'll accompany you to deal with this little trouble. I want to see who that person is to dare bully your Bailey family and bully you." "Really? Brother Changfeng is willing to help me." Bailey Yunxiu was overjoyed when she saw that the fish had taken the bait. "Let's go. When I capture that person, I'll make him kneel down and apologize to you," Huang Changfeng said domineeringly. "Thank you, Brother Changfeng," Bailey Yunxiu said affectionately. She threw herself into Huang Changfeng's embrace, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed his cheek. she said. You're so nice. Feeling the numbness on his cheek, a raging flame immediately ignited in Huang Changfeng's heart. He directly kissed Bailey Yunxio's soft little mouth. You hate Brother Changfeng. Bailey Yunxio gently pushed Huang Changfeng away and said, After you take revenge for my Bailey family, I'll accompany you tonight. Okay, it's a deal. Huang Changfeng laughed loudly and said, Let's go. Bailey Yunxio knew that Yi Qinfeng wasn't easy to deal with, so she used her beauty to make Huang Changfeng invite a 3-star celestial god protector to follow them to the inn where Yi Qinfeng was staying. She was prepared to capture Yi Qinfeng. Just as they arrived outside the inn, Bailey Yunxio saw a tall figure standing outside the inn from afar. Her expression changed slightly, and she felt a trace of inexplicable uneasiness in her heart. Because Yi Qinfeng had cultivated the illusory Tao insight to the sacred diagram, under the influence of the sacred diagram of illusions, Huang Changfeng and the 3-star celestial god protector didn't recognize him. Are you here today to deliver the remaining teleportation stones? Yi Qinfeng looked at Bailey Yunxio, whose expression changed slightly. She was tightly hugging Huang Changfeng's arm, seeking a trace of comfort, and said coldly, Kid, you're about to die, yet you're still so arrogant. If you know what's good for you, obediently kneel and beg for mercy. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll leave your corpse intact. Huang Changfeng looked at Yi Qinfeng with cold disdain. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. With just you. Yi Qinfeng's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Huang Changfeng like a ghost. Changfeng, be careful. The 3-star celestial god protector's pupils shrank. He stood in front of Huang Changfeng without hesitation, wanting to force Yi Qinfeng back. However, Yi Qinfeng was too fast. Time flowed 10 times faster, and before the 3-star celestial god protector could block him, he raised his hand and ruthlessly slapped Huang Changfeng's cheek. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap was heard. Huang Changfeng, who couldn't dodge in time, was sent flying by Yi Qinfeng's slap. Like a kite with a broken string, he fell from the sky and fiercely crashed to the ground. A large amount of blood and broken teeth flowed out of his mouth. Mother ***, how dare you hit me? Huang Changfeng held his sunken cheek and roared like an angry lion. But just as his voice fell, his pupils dilated infinitely. He was horrified to find that a red light had shot out from Yi Qinfeng's sea of soul. The red light split the 3-star celestial god protector's body in half, killing him on the spot. Saint-level sword soul, you, who the hell are you? Looking at the corpse lying in a pool of blood, a terrifying figure suddenly appeared in Huang Changfeng's mind. The arrogance he had just now disappeared, and he said in horror, Haven't you already guessed who I am? Yi Qinfeng faintly smiled and controlled the saint-level sword soul to slash at him. No. Chapter 1779. Don't come over. Seeing Yi Qinfeng walking over step by step, Bailey Yunxio was so scared that all the hairs on her body stood on end. Even her voice was trembling. Scared? Yi Qinfeng smiled slightly and said, This is just the beginning. If your Bailey family wants to renege on your debt, I can only use your lives to pay for it. No, we have no intention of reneging on our debt. Bailey Yunxio did not expect Yi Qinfeng to be so terrifying that he actually dared to kill someone from the Imperial Sky Clan. She was scared out of her wits and begged, Young Master Yi, can you bear with me for a few more days? I promise to gather the remaining transfer stones for you. No need to go through so much trouble. I'll go to your Bailey family to get them today. If you don't have them, then pay with your life. Yi Qinfeng replied domineeringly. He summoned the half-transcendent saint artifact, the white dragon rope, and bound the pale Bailey Yunxio. He then brought the trembling Bailey Yunxio to the Bailey family. As Bailey Yunxio was very famous in Purple Star City, When Yi Chin Fong took her to the Bailey family, it alarmed the entire Purple Star City and attracted a large number of experts to watch on the streets. Second grandpa, look, it's him. The colorful dress girl who was saved by Yi Chin Fong in the star saw Yi Chin Fong through the gaps in the crowd and grabbed the arm of the old man beside her. Faye, don't speak nonsense. We should just watch from the sidelines and not get involved. Otherwise, it will bring disaster to my Yin family. Yun Changha cautiously warned through sound transmission. Who is this person? Why does he even dare to shake a colossus like the Bailey family? Looking at Yi Chinfeng's proud back, Yun Changha muttered to himself, could he be from the Void God realm? How dare you? You dare to hold Miss Bailey hostage? I think you're tired of living. Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out in the noisy street. The voice was so loud that it shook the eardrums of many people. Some people who were not strong enough bled from their 7 orifices. Brother Flying Fox, save me. When Bailey Yunxiu saw a man wearing a white robe with cloud patterns, with a totem tattooed on his left cheek, and holding a sharp sword descending from the sky, she was scared out of her wits. Stop shouting, no one can save you, Yi Chin Fong said coldly as he lifted his head slightly and looked at the white-robed man who was holding a sharp long sword and tearing through the air. Seeing that the white-robed man's long sword was about to pierce Yi Chin Feng's throat, Yi Chin Fong pointed out with his finger. He crushed space and tapped the tip of the long sword. Buzz! An ear-piercing sword chime rang out. Yi Chin Feng's fingertip shot out more than 200 billion kilograms of power, pouring into the long sword, directly crushing the sword spirit and shattering the low-grade heaven-reaching Saint Sword. What? The white-robed man didn't expect Yi Chin Fong to be so powerful that he could shatter the low-grade heaven-reaching Saint Sword with a single finger. All the hair on his body stood on end, and he retreated without hesitation. But the moment he dodged, Yi Chin Fong struck out with his palm across space, crushing the space as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The palm landed on the white-robed man's body and sent him flying. Boom! The white-robed man couldn't withstand the power of Yi Chin Feng's palm. His entire body exploded in midair, turning into a cloud of blood mist, and he died on the spot. Demon, demon! Seeing Yi Chin Fong shatter the white-robed man with a single palm, Bailey Yunxiu was so scared that her legs trembled. She couldn't even stand straight. Young Master Yi, I beg you to spare me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to agree to any of your conditions. I'm willing to serve you as a slave. Bailey Yunxiu was scared out of her wits. Her teeth chattered as she spoke with a trembling voice. You're not worthy. Although Bailey Yunxiu was very beautiful, Yi Chin Fong wasn't a person who would have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Moreover, Bailey Yunxiu's heart was malicious, so Yi Chin Fong didn't have any intention of letting her go. What? Young Master Changfeng, Protector Huang is dead, Yunxiu was captured, and that person is walking towards my Bailey family. Hearing this news, Bailey Hichuan's heart trembled. He didn't expect Yi Chin Fong to be so valiant. Not only did he kill someone from the Imperial Sky Clan in front of everyone, he even dared to kidnap Bailey Yunxiu and bring her to the Bailey family. Pass down my order. Inform all the experts of the Bailey family to prepare for battle, Bailey Hichuan loudly ordered. Then he quickly went to the courtyard where the 6th elder and the others were staying and told them the news. Changfeng is dead. Huang Wutian was killed, and Huang Changfeng became the focus of the Imperial Sky Clan. Now that Huang Changfeng was dead, the 6th elder, 7th elder, and the others were furious. Daring to kill a genius of my Imperial Sky Clan, I'll make him die without a burial ground. The 7th elder crushed the teacup in his hand. Together with the gloomy 6th elder and the other experts of the Imperial Sky Clan, they headed towards the front courtyard of the Bailey family to capture Yi Chin Fong. Bang! Just as the group of people from the Imperial Sky Clan arrived at the front courtyard, the tightly shut door was knocked open by a powerful force. Yi Chin Fong, who was wearing a white robe, slowly walked in with the pale and trembling Bailey Yunxiu. "It's you, Yi Qinfeng." Seeing Yi Qinfeng's familiar face, the sixth elder and seventh elder of the Heavenly Imperial clan revealed surprised expressions. They never would have thought that the person who killed Huang Changfeng was actually the Yi Qinfeng that they were painstakingly searching for. "Yi Qinfeng, I've discovered that your guts are not ordinary. You knew that we were here, yet you still dared to kill a member of my Imperial Sky Clan. When I captures you, I guarantee that I'll let you taste all the pain in the world before letting you die." The seventh elder's deep eyes emitted a dense evil aura as he spoke with killing intent. "Today is different from the past. Since I dared to come here, it means that I don't place you in my eyes." Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly. 3 low-grade ancestor artifact, level ancient array, flags floated out of his body. Under the control of his mind, a large number of array patterns swayed, directly sealing off the Bailey family's old residence. Ancestral artifact, 3 ancestral artifact array flags. Seeing Yi Qinfeng floating in the air and swaying the 3 ancestral artifact array flags, the 6th elder and 7th elder of the Imperial Sky clan widened their eyes. They couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng had actually obtained 3 ancestral artifact array flags after not seeing him for several years. 6th elder, 7th elder, you know him. Bailey Hechuan originally thought that with the support of the Imperial Sky Clan, it would be useless even if Yi Qinfeng had 3 heads and 6 arms. However, the scene in front of him had shattered all of his illusions. He never imagined that Yi Qinfeng would actually ignore the Imperial Sky Clan and even summon the ancestral artifact array flags to seal off the Bailey family. He was clearly trying to catch them all in one fell swoop. Yi Qinfeng, Yi Qinfeng. Could he be the previous 100 battles, martial competitions champion, Yi Qinfeng? Hearing Yi Qinfeng's familiar name, an extremely senior elder of the Bailey family suddenly recalled who Yi Qinfeng was, and his expression changed greatly. For a moment, the entire Bailey family was filled with gasps as they looked at Yi Qinfeng with fear in their eyes. "All right, let's not waste any more time. Let's attack together." Seeing the change in expression of Bailey Hechuan and the others, Yi Qinfeng said in an incomparably overbearing manner, Good. Junior, I want to see how much you've grown in these few years to actually dare to challenge I." The 6th elder of the Imperial Sky Clan's pupils shrank as the half-ancestor chi erupted from his aged body. It transformed into a towering mountain that pressed down on Yi Qinfeng. "Half-ancestor. I can now kill half-ancestors like I'm killing chickens." Although Yi Qinfeng was chased by the 6th elder back then, Yi Qinfeng had cultivated to the peak of the 5-star Dao God realm and possessed a large number of ancestral artifacts. He no longer placed the 6th elder of the Imperial Sky Clan in his eyes and spoke as if he was looking down on the world. Chapter 1780 / 6th elder Huang didn't expect that Yi Qinfeng's aura would surpass his in just a few years. He immediately summoned his supreme grade, Transcendent Saint weapon and slashed at Yi Qinfeng. It stirred up a powerful Dao will and slashed at Yi Qinfeng with an aura as heavy as Mount Tai. Buzz! 6th elder Huang's halberd collided with the demon sealing sword in Yi Qinfeng's hand. Dazzling sparks surged in the air. How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? After a head-on collision, 6th elder Huang was shocked to feel a power beyond his imagination pass through the long spear and into his arms, shaking his arms to the point that a trace of numbness appeared on his arms. Swish! After this attack, Yi Qinfeng attacked with all his strength. He stomped on the hard ground and slashed at 6th elder Huang with boundless sword will. Godless sword! With a slash of the sword, for sacred Dao diagrams appeared on his body. The terrifying sword light merged with the power of the 4 sacred Dao diagrams and directly swallowed all the light, leaving a deep sword mark in the air. The sword pierced towards 6th elder Huang's body, forcing him to defend with all his strength. Ka ka ka! Huang's sixth elder unleashed his full strength. When he held his halberd to block, the invincible godless sword slashed the halberd apart. The terrifying sword might penetrated Huang's sixth elder's defense and entered his body, directly piercing through his body. A large amount of blood spurted out from his body. What? Sixth elder is injured. Witnessing the scene of Yi Chen-feng injuring sixth elder Huang with lightning speed, everyone present was stunned. Sixth elder Huang was a half-martial ancestor. It could be said that he could do anything in the alien battlefield. However, such a powerful existence was easily injured by Yi Chen-feng. This made them realize how terrifying Yi Chen-feng was. How is this possible? It has only been a few years, but he has grown to such a level. Even sixth elder was injured by him. Seventh elder Huang was most familiar with Yi Chen-feng. He had witnessed the scene of Yi Chen-feng winning the 100 battles competition. At that time, Yi Chen-feng was still very weak. He could crush Yi Chen-feng to death with one hand. However, in just a few years, Yi Chen-feng had grown to such a level that he couldn't help but look up to. This made him feel shocked and a little uneasy. Celestial Demon Tyrant Body. After experiencing Yi Chen-feng's strength, sixth elder Huang immediately burned his powerful blood qi and blood to increase his physical strength. He transformed into the strongest celestial demon tyrant body, greatly increasing his combat strength. In the next moment, sixth elder Huang unleashed a shocking power. Wielding his long spear, he once again engaged in a fierce battle with Yi Chen-feng. After transforming into the celestial demon tyrant body, sixth elder Huang's physical body and combat strength soared rapidly. However, compared to Yi Chen-feng, who was burning his primordial blood, there was still a big gap. The two of them fought fiercely in the air for half an incense stick's time. Sixth elder Huang's attacks were gradually suppressed by Yi Chen-feng. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Xian Tian Divine Cannon, Blood Curse Technique. Sixth elder Huang was faintly unable to resist Yi Chen-feng's ferocious attacks. He immediately used the imperial clan's inherited divine ability and spat out mouthfuls of blood essence. They formed a blood curse and broke into Yi Chen-feng's body. Explode! The moment a large amount of blood curse broke into Yi Chen-feng's body, sixth elder Huang used a secret technique. He wanted to detonate the blood curse and deal a fatal blow to Yi Chen-feng's body. How can this be? When he detonated the blood curse, he unexpectedly discovered that he had lost connection with the blood curse formed by his blood essence. He couldn't detonate the blood curse at all. Sai, your methods are too weak. You want to hurt me with this level of attack? Yi Chen-feng sighed softly. His body flashed, and he continued to approach sixth elder Huang, launching a ferocious attack at him. I don't believe that you can restrain the blood curse technique. The blood curse technique was a divine ability of the imperial clan. It was extremely powerful, and ordinary people couldn't restrain it at all. Sixth elder Huang, who didn't believe it, continued to spit out blood essence as he defended against Yi Chen-feng's ferocious attacks. They turned into blood curse techniques and attacked Yi Chen-feng. However, Yi Chen-feng had the chaos divine within his body. Before the blood curse techniques that broke into Yi Chen-feng's body could self-detonate, they were devoured by the chaos divine wood. No, how is this possible? Sixth elder Huang's heart turned cold when he couldn't detonate the blood curse techniques after trying several times. Just as he was in shock, the saint sword's soul fused with the demon sealing sword and turned into a demonic crescent moon in midair. The sword split the chaotic void into two, and with an invincible sword might, it slashed towards sixth elder Huang, who couldn't dodge in time. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out. Sixth elder Huang's dagger axe couldn't withstand Yi Chen-feng's sword attack and broke from the middle. The terrifying sword might poured down like a waterfall and ruthlessly smashed into sixth elder Huang's body. It broke through his body's defense and slashed him to the ground from midair. Sixth Elder, Seventh Elder Huang, and the others cried out in alarm when they saw Sixth Elder smashing a huge hole in the ground. What are you all standing there for? Attack with me and kill the enemy. Sixth Elder Huang, who was a half-martial ancestor, was no match for Yi Qinfeng. Seventh Elder Huang didn't hesitate and immediately led the Imperial clan experts to attack Yi Qinfeng. Family head, should we attack? Seeing more than 10 Imperial clan experts attacking Yi Qinfeng, the Bailey family experts transmitted their voice to Bailey Hechuan, who was pale and extremely unsettled. Sai, we have no way out. Bailey Hechuan sighed softly as if he had aged several decades and said helplessly, never in his dreams would he have thought that the Bailey family would walk on a path of no return because of 100 Saint True Spirit pills. If he had known that Yi Qinfeng was so powerful, he definitely wouldn't have let Bailey Yunxiu provoke Yi Qinfeng. However, it was too late to regret. They were tied to the Imperial clan and were bound together for good or ill. Helplessly, he could only bring the Bailey family experts to besiege Yi Qinfeng. Activate the ancestral formation. When the Bailey family joined the battle and ferociously attacked Yi Qinfeng, Bailey Hechuan came to the Bailey family ancestral land and used his life essence blood to activate the power of the ancestral vein, forming an extremely powerful ancestral formation. The ancestral formation was the Bailey family's greatest trump card and also their greatest reliance. The reason why the Bailey family became the #1 family in Purple Star City was because of the ancestral formation. Primitive Tao embryo, break the ancestral formation. Sensing the ancestral formation's aura, Yi Qinfeng, who was fighting the Imperial clan and Bailey family experts alone, summoned the primitive Tao embryo and ordered it to quickly form the ancestral formation that contained a powerful ancestral might and floated in the air. This aura, the instant the primitive Tao embryo appeared, the Sixth Elder Huang and the others who were fighting fiercely revealed expressions of fear. They felt that Yi Qinfeng's primitive Tao embryo should have broken through to the ancestor realm. Ancestral formation. Exterminate heaven and earth. Bailey Hechuan floated in the air and spat out mouthfuls of blood essence into the slowly rotating ancestral formation without hesitation, activating its power. As the ancestral formation was activated, ancestral runes as thick as buckets broke out of the ancestral formation, carrying with them the power of extermination as they attacked the primitive Tao embryo. Dragon head ancestral bow break. As a large number of ancestral runes attacked, the primitive Tao embryo summoned a 3-meter-long dragon head ancestral bow embedded with a dragon head and engraved with profound runes. It quickly pulled the bowstring and shot out terrifying ancestral arrows, shattering the ancestral runes. Mid-grade ancestral artifact. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this boy have? How could he have a mid-grade ancestral artifact? Chapter 1781. Why are you scared? This is just the beginning. The best part is yet to come. Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly as he put away the demon's sealing sword and activated all the power in his body. He used his flesh and blood to crush the destructive attacks coming at him as he charged into the crowd. He wanted to use the blood of the heavenly Imperial family and Bailey family's experts to temper himself and neutralize the medicinal power in his body. Break for me. Yi Qinfeng roared as his strength that exceeded 600 billion gene erupted. He smashed 3 top-grade true Spirit Saint artifacts into pieces with a single punch and bombarded the 2 Bailey family's experts in front of him. Although the Bailey family could do whatever they wanted in Purple Star City, they were still far too weak when facing a true expert. Bang! Bang! The 2 Bailey family's experts didn't even have time to cry out before their bodies were blown apart by Yi Qinfeng's fist, turning into a bloody mist. Die for me! In the midst of the chaos, 7th Elder Huang spat out a dark golden talisman and poured a large amount of his blood essence into it. He activated the talisman and transformed it into a dark golden sword of light that slashed towards Yi Qinfeng at a speed several times faster than the speed of light. Seeing the dark golden sword of light slashing towards Yi Qinfeng's head, Yi Qinfeng, who was fighting fiercely, immediately turned around and gathered his surging strength and Tao intent in his right fist. He punched out, shattering space as the terrifying fist light directly shattered the dark golden sword of light. How is this possible? Yi Qinfeng's battle prowess had completely exceeded 7th Elder Huang's imagination. He couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng was able to shatter the dark gold talisman attack that was comparable to a supreme grade transcendent saint artifact with just his bare fists. While 7th Elder Huang was in shock, Yi Qinfeng endured the earth-shattering attacks and turned into an afterimage in midair. He brought along a mountain-like pressure as he appeared in front of 7th Elder Huang, whose expression changed drastically as he desperately tried to dodge. When Yi Qinfeng got close to him, 7th Elder Huang, whose hair was standing on end, used all of his strength to attack. However, Yi Qinfeng's body was filled with 600 billion pounds of strength. With his powerful physical strength, he shattered 7th Elder Huang's attack. He punched through 7th Elder Huang's chest like a hot knife through butter and grabbed the source of his power, the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit, explode! The moment the Holy Spirit was grabbed by Yi Qinfeng, 7th Elder Huang, who knew that there was no way out, exploded his Holy Spirit. He used his life to launch a final attack on Yi Qinfeng. 7th Elder Huang was a 5-star Tao god. The power of his self-detonation was extremely terrifying. A huge hole was blasted open in the void. Many of the Bailey family's experts who couldn't dodge in time were crushed by this destructive power and died. Family head, do you think that brat is dead? Looking at the destructive storm that was getting more and more intense, the Bailey family's experts, who were hiding in the distance, gulped and asked, with such a terrifying attack, even if he didn't die, I'm afraid he would be half dead. Bailey Hechuan took a deep breath and said, just when everyone thought that Yi Qinfeng had been killed by 7th Elder Huang's self-detonation, an arrogant figure walked out from the center of the destruction and appeared in front of everyone. How is this possible? How can he be unharmed? Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who was wearing an ancient armor and looking calm, everyone was shocked. Ancestral armor. He is wearing an ancestral armor. 6th Elder Huang, who was in the crowd, looked at Yi Qinfeng's armor that was flowing with mysterious tool inscriptions. He looked as if he had seen a ghost and lost his composure as he exclaimed, Ancestral armor. In the eyes of the Bailey family, an ancestral armor was no different from a divine item. Ancestral armor was even more legendary. It could be said that with the ancestral armor, Yi Qinfeng was already invincible. Even if everyone gathered their strength, they still wouldn't be able to kill him. Young Master Yi, so it's all my Bailey family's fault. As long as you are willing to be magnanimous and spare my Bailey family, I am willing to give you my Bailey family's thousands of years of collection. Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who was wearing an ancestral armor and looking extraordinary, Bailey Hechuan's psychological defense had completely collapsed. He had no choice but to lower his noble head and plead with a pleading tone. If I kill you, your Bailey family's collection will still be mine. Yi Qinfeng said coldly. There was no trace of emotion on his arrogant face. This, seeing that Yi Qinfeng didn't want to let the Bailey family off, Bailey Hechuan panicked. Crack! Just when the Bailey family was shrouded in a haze, a thunderous, shattering sound rang out. The primitive Tao fetus held the dragon head ancestral bow and shot through the Bailey family's greatest reliance, the ancestral array. The powerful energy fluctuation caused the entire void to tremble violently as if the end of the world had arrived. After shooting through the ancestral array, the primitive Tao fetus flashed and entered the depths of the ancestral land. It opened all the acupuncture points in its body and crazily devoured the ancestral veins in the ancestral land to increase its strength. Little Yi, don't be arrogant. You will definitely die if you go against my Imperial Sky Clan. Sixth Elder Huang took a precious elixir and stabilized his injuries. He glared at Yi Qinfeng and said, "It's fine. I will wait for your Imperial Sky Clan to take revenge." Yi Qinfeng said fearlessly. His body flashed slightly and left a dazzling afterimage in the air. He suddenly appeared in front of Sixth Elder Huang and punched him. "What are you all standing there for? Fight it out with him." Sixth Elder Huang burned his holy spirit and erupted with the power of a half-martial ancestor to block Yi Qinfeng's punch. He suppressed the surging blood in his body and roared loudly, "Is there any use in fighting with your lives on the line?" Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly as he erupted with 600 billion kilograms of strength. He used his body to crush the experts of the two major powers. Miserable shrieks rang out one after another. Regardless of whether it was the experts of the Imperial Sky Clan or the Bailey family, they were all crushed into minced meat by Yi Qinfeng's terrifying body. They turned into clouds of blood mist and died on the spot. In an instant, the entire Bailey family was covered in blood. Blood and severed limbs were scattered all over the ground. It was like a purgatory on earth. How can this be? This can't be real. Bailey Yunxiu, who was hiding in the distance and trembling, fell into despair and regret when she saw the scene in front of her. She didn't expect that her scheme would bring disaster to the Bailey family. "Father!" Just as Bailey Yunxiu's body trembled more and more violently and her mind was about to collapse, she saw Bailey Hechuan being punched by Yi Qinfeng. His entire body was sent flying and crashed into the restriction formed by the 3 ancestral formation flags. He turned into a cloud of blood mist and knelt on the ground. "Yi Qinfeng, you murderer! Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off." Bailey Yunxiu's mind completely collapsed. She let out a miserable shriek and chose to self-detonate in regret and despair, ending her own life. However, Bailey Yunxiu's death didn't cause the slightest ripple. Yi Qinfeng was like an invincible god of war, crazily slaughtering and reaping the lives of the experts of the Imperial Sky Clan and the Bailey family. Seeing nearly 1,000 experts from the Bailey family and the Heavenly Imperial Clan being killed by Yi Qinfeng, the 6th Elder coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, in his despair, the 6th Elder managed to take the most difficult step, crossing the half-martial ancestor realm and breaking through to the Heavenly Ancestor realm. Chapter 1782. He broke through. Sensing that 6th Elder Huang's aura had undergone an earth-shattering change in an instant, reaching the ancestor realm, Yi Qinfeng revealed a look of surprise. He was surprised that at the moment of life and death he actually broke through. "Yi Qinfeng, I really should thank you properly. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to step into the ancestor realm in such a short time." The instant he broke through to the ancestor realm, 6th Elder Huang felt that his combat strength had increased by dozens of times. The heavy injuries in his body were also suppressed, revealing a sinister expression. "Why, do you think that breaking through to the ancestor realm can reverse the situation?" Yi Qinfeng sneered and said, "Even now you're still so naive. Yi Qinfeng, you don't know how terrifying my Imperial Sky Clan is. After breaking through to the ancestor realm, my Imperial Sky Clan is invincible in the entire world. Today, I'll let you experience my Imperial Sky Clan's supreme divine ability." As he spoke, 6th Elder Huang ignited his powerful qi and blood and displayed the Imperial Sky Clan's supreme divine ability. Undefeatable Imperial Sky Technique. An Emperor's aura erupted from 6th Elder Huang's body. At this moment, he was like an emperor from ancient times. His every move carried a terrifying emperor's might. His combat strength had also reached the level of a 2-star Dao ancestor when he used the invincible Heavenly Imperial Technique. 2-star Dao ancestor. The Imperial Sky Clan is indeed worthy of being the overlord of the Void God Realm. Their foundation is indeed terrifying. Sensing the aura emitted by Sixth Elder Huang, Yi Qin Feng did not panic. Although Sixth Elder Huang's combat strength had increased by 100 times, it was still not difficult for Yi Qin Feng to kill him. However, Yi Qin Feng did not rely on external forces. With a thought, he summoned the demon sealing sword, preparing to kill him with his own strength. Imperial Sky Seal. After his strength soared to the peak, Sixth Elder Huang's hands moved quickly, mobilizing the power of the heavens in the space and crazily fusing into his hands, turning into a palm-sized, dark, golden square seal. Although the square seal was small, the god-devouring brain, which was rapidly deducing, felt a destructive power from the square seal, as if this attack was enough to flatten a mountain range. Die! After condensing the royal heavenly seal, the Sixth Elder pushed out with both palms. The terrifying royal heavenly seal distorted the space around it, and like a meteor with a long tail, it slammed towards Yi Qin Feng. Godless sword. The royal heaven seal attacked. Yi Qin Feng pushed the 4 saint-level Tao diagrams to their limits. His entire body fused with the demon sealing sword, a sword that stole the brilliance of heaven and earth, a sword that shook the heavens and the earth, pierced the palm-sized royal heaven seal with unparalleled power. Ka ka ka! When the two terrifying forces collided, they immediately released a destructive force in the void, shattering the space within a radius of several kilometers. However, since the 100 Lane family was sealed by the 3 ancestral ray flags, the outside world was not affected, but the entire 100 Lane family was razed to the ground. From then on, the 100 Lane family no longer existed in Purple Star City. Boom! After the two attacks collided for a few breaths of time, the royal heavenly seal exploded. The terrifying explosive force slammed into Yi Qinfeng's body and sent him flying. However, Yi Qin Feng was wearing the ancestral armor, so his defensive power was extremely terrifying. The royal heavenly seal's explosion only slightly wounded him. Satisfying again. Although Yi Qin Feng had been forced back by the royal heavenly seal, condensed by the Sixth Elder, Yi Qin Feng felt that his body's resistance to this attack had greatly decreased. With this discovery, Yi Qin Feng was overjoyed. He didn't summon his other ancestral artifacts, and instead continued to attack with the demon sealing sword. Using speed against speed, strength against strength, they engaged in a fierce battle in the void. Chop! When Yi Qin Feng relied on his absolute defense to withstand Sixth Elder Huang's fatal attack, the Saint-grade sword spirit descended from the sky under his control and slashed at Sixth Elder Huang's body, forcibly breaking through his body's defenses and leaving a deep sword wound on his chest. However, in the next moment, this deep sword wound was quickly healed by a mysterious power from Sixth Elder Huang's body. This supreme divine ability of the Heavenly Imperial Clan is truly terrifying. After experiencing the restorative power of the Royal Heavenly Invincible Art, Yi Qin Feng continued to attack. He sped up the flow of time to 10 times faster and continuously attacked Huang Wuqian's body with shocking attacks. Damn, how can he have an ancestral artifact? After fighting intensely for more than 2 hours, Sixth Elder Huang did not fall into a disadvantageous position by relying on the power of the Royal Heavenly Invincible Art. However, his continuous attacks were completely blocked by Yi Qinfeng's ancestral armor. This made him gnash his teeth in hatred, and the thought of retreating appeared in his heart. Without an ancestral artifact, even if he used the Royal Heavenly Invincible Art, it would be very difficult for him to kill Yi Qin Feng. Rather than being entangled like this, he might as well leave this place first and find a chance to kill Yi Qin Feng in the future. Heavenly punishment. Taking on Yi Qinfeng's invincible head-on, Huang Wuqian leapt high into the air and raised his battle prowess to the limit. He transformed into a heavenly punishment that could destroy heaven and earth. The boundless power of heavenly punishment was like 10,000 zhang long violent thunderbolts as it bombarded down. It ferociously attacked Yi Qin Feng, annihilating him within the heavenly punishment. limitless primal chaos. Withstanding the destructive attack of heavenly punishment, a towering and tall phantom of the chaos divine tree appeared behind Yi Qinfeng. The chaos five elements light, swayed, and increased Yi Qinfeng's battle prowess. With a slash of his sword, the phantom of the chaos divine tree transformed into the boundless great Tao and directly tore apart the surging heavenly punishment, protecting Yi Qinfeng's body. As the two supreme divine abilities fiercely clashed, Sixth Elder Huang seized this opportunity and quickly flew to the edge of the Bailey clan. He attacked the restriction formed by the three great ancestral array flags with all his strength, wanting to tear apart the restriction and escape. Just as he was attacking the restriction with all his strength, his keen perception suddenly sensed danger and dodged to the side without hesitation. The moment he dodged, the space he was in was pierced by an ancestral arrow, revealing a bottomless black hole. Primitive Tao fetus. Sixth Elder Huang couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression as he looked at the primitive Tao fetus that had devoured the Bailey clan's ancestral vein and reached the peak of the two-star Tao ancestor realm. Yi Qinfeng alone was enough to give him a headache. If the primitive Tao fetus was added, he had no chance of winning at all. Sixth Elder Huang, aren't you very brave? Why did you run away? Is everyone in your heavenly imperial clan so cowardly? Yi Qinfeng looked at Sixth Elder Huang, who had a serious expression, and said with a mocking expression, Yi Qinfeng, don't be arrogant. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Sixth Elder Huang said with a gloomy face. He was ready to break out of here at all costs. Is that so? Yi Qinfeng smiled slightly and summoned Long Xiaotian and the fiend god Torch Dragon, asking them to seal the space. What? Sixth Elder Huang's expression changed when he saw Long Xiaotian and the fiend god Torch Dragon die. Especially when he saw Long Xiaotian, he felt a deep sense of fear. Don't worry. As long as you don't run away, they won't attack you, Yi Qinfeng said indifferently as he looked at the frightened Sixth Elder Huang. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng continued to attack Sixth Elder Huang with the demon sealing sword in his hand. However, Sixth Elder Huang's fighting spirit was greatly reduced at this time. On the other hand, Yi Qinfeng became braver and braver as he fought and gradually suppressed Sixth Elder Huang's attacks. However, the Imperial Sky Clan's invincible Imperial Sky technique was extremely mysterious. It was constantly repairing Sixth Elder Huang and providing him with an endless amount of energy. As time passed, Yi Qinfeng felt that the resistance in his body had almost disappeared and he gradually lost his patience. All right, the game is over. Let me send you to the Western Paradise. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng summoned the top-grade ancestral artifact, the Death God Scythe, and slashed at Sixth Elder Huang, who was screaming in fear. With a slash, the space in front of Sixth Elder Huang turned into nothingness. The terrifying Death God Scythe cut through his body, like cutting tofu, splitting him into two. Even the incomparably hard Saint Core that he had just condensed was shattered by the fatal attack of the Death God Scythe. Chapter 1783. Top-quality ancestral artifact. Long Xiaotian's eyes widened in shock when he saw the death scythe that had destroyed the Sixth Elder. He was shocked that Yi Qinfeng actually possessed a top-quality ancestral artifact that was rarely seen in the Void God world. He was even more shocked that Yi Qinfeng could unleash such power. Let's go! Looking at the raised Bailey family and the trembling Bailey family experts who were hiding in the distance, Yi Qinfeng did not start a massacre. He collected everyone's belongings and the Bailey family's treasures that had been collected for tens of thousands of years. He brought Long Xiaotian, the divine demon Torch Dragon, and the primitive Tao embryo, and left calmly under the horrified gazes of the crowd. Over 600,000 teleportation stones. These teleportation stones are far from enough. Yi Qinfeng counted his harvest and sighed softly. These teleportation stones were not enough to teleport him to the Void God world. He could only go to other cities to exchange for more teleportation stones. Otherwise, he would not be able to repair the ancient teleportation array. Zimang City. There were a total of 3 cities on Purple Star. Zimang City was the second largest city after Purple Star City. It was also bustling. Although Yi Qinfeng had just massacred the Bailey family and slaughtered more than 10 experts of the Heavenly Imperial clan, including the 6th elder of the Heavenly Imperial clan, he was not worried about revenge. He walked into Purple Radiant City with a calm expression. After asking around, he went to the largest treasure pavilion in Purple Radiant City. He was prepared to repeat the same trick and spend a large amount of money to get the teleportation stone from the treasure pavilion. I'm sorry, young master. The teleportation stones in my heavenly treasure pavilion have all been bought. When Yi Qinfeng arrived at the largest treasure pavilion in Zimang City, he was informed that the teleportation stones in the heavenly treasure pavilion had been bought not long ago. Young lady, may I know who bought the teleportation stones? Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, Forgive me for not telling, young master. She was dressed in a black cheongsam and had a voluptuous figure. She looked like a ripe peach and exuded a charming charm as she apologized. Tell me. Yi Qinfeng's pupils constricted, and 2 illusory vortexes appeared in his deep eyes. In an instant, he controlled the mind of the woman in the cheongsam and ordered without any resistance. It was the Tian family of the West City who bought all the teleportation stones. The woman in the cheongsam said in a daze, West City's Tian family. Yi Qinfeng turned around and left the Treasure Heaven Pavilion. Then he summoned the Undying Wings without the slightest scruples to transform into an afterimage in midair as he arrived at the Tian clan's old mansion that occupied an extremely large area at the western part of the city. How dare you? Who are you? Why have you barged into my Tian family's old residence? When Yi Qinfeng descended from the sky and entered the Tian family mansion, it alarmed the entire Tian family. A large number of Tian family experts appeared on the plaza, paved with white jade, and surrounded Yi Qinfeng. I'm here to discuss business with the Tian family's patriarch. With his hands behind his back, Yi Qinfeng exuded a domineering aura as he spoke arrogantly. Mother ***, who do you think you are? Is my father someone you can meet? A man with flat eyes and a slightly pale complexion, who wore a long white robe, spoke angrily, his jet-black, long hair casually draped over his shoulders. Kacha! As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet tremble. With Yi Qinfeng as the center, spiderweb-like, cracks burst open. My patience is limited. Ask your Tian family's patriarch to come see me. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying this place. Bursting forth with a force of 100 billion kilograms and shattering the white jade ground. Yi Qinfeng's deep eyes shot out rays of cold light as he ordered without any room for resistance. You! Looking at Yi Qinfeng, whose expression had shattered the ground without moving and feeling the terrifying aura emitted by him, the white-robed man's reprimanding words were all stuck in his throat. Large amounts of sweat appeared on his forehead as he was unable to say anything. I wonder why you're looking for me. Just as the entire Tian family's old residence was shaking violently, a middle-aged man with white hair and wearing a luxurious long robe walked over slowly, accompanied by 2 old men with turbid auras. He spoke coldly and arrogantly. Sell all the teleportation stones of your Tian family to me. Yi Qinfeng went straight to the point. What a boastful tone. Do you think I'll sell them to you just because you said so? Who do you think you are? Standing beside the Tian family's patriarch, a 1-star Tao god old man in a long gray robe spoke angrily. Shut up. Yi Qinfeng's pupils contracted as a powerful aura was released from his body. It turned into an invincible battle saber and slashed towards the old man in a gray robe. Poof! Bearing the attack of the battle saber that Yi Qinfeng released, the old man in a gray robe's body shook as a deep saber mark appeared on his chest. His entire body was sent flying as a large amount of blood spurted out from his mouth. What? Witnessing Yi Qinfeng severely injuring the old man in a gray robe with his powerful aura, the entire Tian family gasped. You're powerful. However, the teleportation stones are very important to our Tian family. Forgive me for not being able to sell them to you. The Tian family's patriarch spoke forcefully as he secretly took out a hexagonal ancient disc. He was prepared to activate the Tian family's ancestral formation to deal with Yi Qinfeng. Since you're not selling them, I'll have to snatch them. Yi Qinfeng spoke in an overbearing manner. Haha, snatch them. The Tian family's patriarch laughed out loud and said, Although you're powerful, our Tian family is not a place where you can behave atrociously. If you want to use force, our Tian family will accompany you. As he spoke, the Tian family's patriarch spat a mouthful of blood essence into the hexagonal ancient disc in his hand and activated the power of the hexagonal ancient disc. It floated in the air as it communicated with the power of the Tian family's ancestral vein and formed an extremely powerful ancestral formation in the void. Since you want to follow in the footsteps of the Bailey family, I'll fulfill your wish. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng's body erupted with a terrifying aura that soared into the sky. This aura was so strong that it caused everyone present to feel suffocated and fearful. You're the one who destroyed the Bailey family. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, the Tian family's patriarch felt as if his head was struck by a bolt from the blue. He trembled, and his face turned pale without a trace of blood. However, Yi Qinfeng did not answer his question. Instead, he summoned the dragon head ancestral bow and shot out a meteor-like ancestral arrow towards the Tian family's ancestral formation. Compared to the Bailey family's ancestral formation, the Tian family's ancestral formation was much weaker. Rumble. After being struck by Yi Qinfeng's 200 billion gene force, the Tian family's ancestral formation was immediately destroyed. The terrifying energy fluctuation caused the entire void to tremble violently. Wait, Senior, my Tian family was wrong. We are willing to give all our transfer stones to Senior. Please be magnanimous and spare us. The news of the Bailey family's destruction had long reached the Tian family. When the Tian family's patriarch confirmed that Yi Qinfeng was the one who destroyed the Bailey family, he was scared out of his wits. While begging for mercy, he handed a dark golden universe ring to Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng released his soul into the universe ring and found that there were piles of transfer stones inside. After a rough count, he found that there were more than 1 million of them. I'll take these transfer stones, but I'll leave this mid-rank Transcendent Saint artifact to you. Yi Qinfeng did not start a massacre. Leaving behind the mid-rank Transcendent Saint artifact he obtained from killing the enemy earlier, he flew away under the surprised gazes of the Tian family's patriarch and others. With more than 1 million transfer stones, Yang Kai felt that he should be able to repair the ancient transmission array. Without further delay, Yang Kai left Purple Star and flew towards the Starry Sea. Even though he knew that a devil race ancestor realm almighty figure was being suppressed in the Sea of Stars, under the circumstances that Shen Daoshu had yet to recover from his injuries and death had yet to submit, he wasn't willing to provoke that almighty figure of the devil race that was being suppressed. He arrived at the ancient teleportation formation and fused almost 2 million teleportation stones into the teleportation formation. After fusing with the ancient transmission array, Yi Qinfeng used the god-devouring brain to constantly repair and adjust it. After 10 days of hard work, he finally repaired the ancient transmission array. It's time to go to the Void God world. Father, Mother, Nick Hang, wait for me. Chapter 1784. Autumn Cloud Lake was a lake in the depths of the Autumn Lee Mountain Range. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. It was as beautiful as a painting, like a bright mirror embedded in the depths of the Autumn Lee Mountain Range. All of you guard the surroundings. Don't let even a fly in. A cold but pleasant female voice rang out in the quiet Autumn Cloud Lake. A woman in a white dress with golden hair draped over her shoulders like a waterfall, delicate eyebrows like crescent moons, a high-nosed bridge, and thin lips that carried a fatal temptation ordered. Yes, young miss. 8 armored guards with extraordinary auras and solemn expressions respectfully obeyed the order. They were extremely beautiful and had a perfect figure. They spread out to guard Autumn Cloud Lake, not allowing anyone to get close. After the guard left, the woman came to the cool lake and summoned a white pearl to float in the air. It formed a large amount of fog that covered Yin Lake, preventing others from seeing the scene inside Yin Lake. Plop! As the fog grew thicker, the woman took off her dress, revealing a flawless, almost perfect and pure white figure. She moved her slender legs that could make men infatuated as she walked into the cold Autumn Cloud Lake. How comfortable! Bathing in Autumn Cloud Lake is indeed much more comfortable than at home. The woman gently lifted the cold and clear lake water and poured it over her smooth shoulders, enjoying the comfortable feeling of being moistened by the lake water. Yes, there's someone. While the woman was bathing on the surface of the lake, she alarmed a man covered in wounds who was hiding in an ancient formation at the bottom of the lake to treat his wounds. This man was none other than Yi Qinfeng, who had been sent to the faux god realm through the ancient era's teleportation formation. Although using the ancient teleportation formation to come to the faux god world saved a lot of time, the ancient teleportation formation had existed for too long. When Yi Qinfeng was teleporting, he met with a life and death crisis. If not for his strong foundation, he would have been torn to shreds by the terrifying spatial storm and died. A woman. Yi Qinfeng opened his eyes slightly and looked at the surface of the lake. His eyes widened and he was stunned. In his eyes he could clearly see 2 straight jade legs gently swaying in the lake, and 2 little white rabbits swaying slightly with her breathing. Coupled with her slender waist, sexy collarbones, and slender figure, it was very seductive. Even though Yi Qinfeng had seen many supreme beauties before, and Xiao and Tao was even more beautiful than fairies, Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he saw this woman swimming in the lake. Whether it was her appearance or her figure, they could be considered perfect. Just as he was secretly sizing up the woman who was swimming happily without knowing that someone was in the lake, the woman suddenly broke into the lake and swam happily like a nimble little fish. Just as the woman was enjoying the comfortable feeling of bathing in the cold lake water, she suddenly saw a pair of eyes at the bottom of the lake, a pair of eyes that were staring straight at her. Someone's here. An inconceivable thought appeared in her mind. The next moment, she instinctively covered her perky breasts with her hands and quickly curled up her slender legs, covering the exposed scenery in the lake. Peeping Tom, I'll kill you. After repeatedly checking, the woman confirmed that there was really a person hiding in the lake. She quickly took out a set of clothes from her Qinkuan ring and put them on. Then she summoned an extremely sharp spear that was at the level of a lower-grade, transcendent, sacred tool. Like a bolt of lightning, she pierced through the cold lake water and attacked Yi Qinfeng. She wanted to steal it. She wanted to kill Yi Qinfeng to vent her hatred for peeping at her bathing. Sigh, looking at the beautiful woman who was full of murderous intent, Yi Qinfeng, who was in the wrong, sighed softly and quickly left the teleportation formation at the bottom of the lake. He wanted to leave quickly. Thief, you stole it. You peeped at my body and you still want to run? The beautiful woman transmitted her voice angrily. She used her agile movement technique and directly crossed the cold lake water. She approached Yi Qinfeng and launched a fierce attack at him. Wait, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to peep at you. I'm just here to heal my injuries. Yi Qinfeng explained helplessly as he dodged the beautiful woman's attack. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? The angry, beautiful woman was unmoved and continued to attack. Since you peeped at my body, I'll kill you. Seeing that the woman was sure that he had stolen it, peeping at her, Yi Qinfeng revealed a helpless look. He waved his hand and shot out a powerful sword light. It directly separated the turbulent lake water and flew to the surface of the lake. "Where do you think you're going?" The beautiful woman roared and chased after Yi Chinfeng with all her strength. She was determined to kill him. The moment Yi Chinfeng flew out of the lake, he frowned slightly as he sensed danger. In the next moment, close to 100 arrows flew from all directions at an extremely fast speed. With ear-piercing sounds, they attacked Yi Chinfeng, who was the first to break through the surface of the lake. Although the power of the arrow that suddenly shot out was great, to Yi Chinfeng it was not a threat at all. Before the arrows could reach Yi Chinfeng's body, they were shattered by the energy on the surface of his skin. "Thief, I'll kill you." The moment Yi Chinfeng shattered the arrows, the enraged beautiful woman threw out the low-grade sky-piercing Saint Spear in her hand. Like a roaring dragon, it launched a fatal attack at Yi Chinfeng. Tyrannical kick. When the low-grade sky-piercing Saint Spear came, Yi Chinfeng quickly stepped out. The tyrannical kick had the force of 100 million caddies and directly shattered the low-grade sky-piercing Saint Spear. Boom! The entire Autumn Cloud Lake was struck by Yi Chinfeng's tyrannical kick and sank by dozens of meters. The beautiful woman couldn't dodge in time and was affected. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Swish! 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 When the beautiful woman was sent flying by Yi Chinfeng's tyrannical kick, a large number of arrows came and shot towards the beautiful woman who had lost control of her body. So they are here for her. Looking at the beautiful woman who was constantly being attacked by arrows, Yi Chinfeng didn't go forward to rescue her. Instead, he prepared to leave. PFFF. Suddenly, the ear-piercing sound of blood spurting was heard. The beautiful woman, who was injured by the tyrannical kick, couldn't withstand the powerful arrows. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was severely injured. Looking at the beautiful woman's pale face and delicate expression, Yi Chinfeng felt an inexplicable sense of pity. He sighed softly and said, "Forget it. I'll save you this time to make up for the misunderstanding just now." With that, Yi Chinfeng gently waved his arm and formed a powerful energy ripple. It fluctuated the incomparably solid space and shattered the arrows that were attacking the woman, pulling her back from the brink of death. Following that, the sacred sword Soul flew out from Yi Chinfeng's Sea of Soul. It turned into a red light and flew into the lush mountain forest. Soon, shrill screams were heard. Chapter 1785. All right, don't just stand there. I've left one alive for you. You should be able to find out who tried to assassinate you from him. Yi Chinfeng said softly as he looked at the pale-faced beautiful woman who had yet to recover from her shock. Thank you. The woman, who had been scared silly by the scene, just now nodded, as if she had forgotten the embarrassing scene of Yi Chinfeng peeking at her while she was bathing. She followed Yi Chinfeng to the shore and saw a masked man who had been knocked unconscious by the saint-level sword Soul and was covered in blood. "Do you know him?" Yi Chinfeng asked softly as he waved his arm and shattered the black cloth, revealing a hideous face covered in scars. "No, I don't." Looking at the ghastly scars on the man's face, the woman carefully identified them and shook her head. "That's right." "All right. I'll search your soul and see who tried to assassinate you." As he spoke, Yi Chinfeng placed his palm on the top of his head. Using the power of the God-Eater brain, he attempted to search the unconscious man's soul. The moment the power of the God-Eater brain entered the man's Sea of Soul, it immediately detonated the soul seal in his Sea of Soul. Bang! The soul seal shattered and the man's head exploded. His soul was crushed and he died on the spot. What a brilliant technique. It seems like they were prepared to die before they tried to assassinate you. These people should be well-trained assassins. Yi Chinfeng said indifferently without any change in expression as he looked at the black-clothed assassin whose head exploded and his life was in the Yellow Springs. Assassins? Why would there be assassins who tried to assassinate me? I didn't offend anyone. The woman's forehead was covered in sweat as she spoke with lingering fear. She had a feeling that if she hadn't met Yi Chen-fong, she might have been killed or captured. Her hatred for Yi Chen-fong had also been reduced to the minimum. All right, I've saved your life. Let's forget about the misunderstanding between us, Yi Chen-fong said plainly as he looked at the frightened and pale woman. He turned around and was about to leave. Wait. Seeing that Yi Chen-fong was about to leave, the woman immediately stopped him. She bit her seductive red lips and said, You can't leave. My reputation as a girl has been seen by you. Do you want to just leave? Then what do you want? Yi Chen-fong looked at the woman's pale face and said with a smile, Do you want me to take responsibility? Who asked you to be responsible? But you can't ignore my life and death. You have to escort me home. Only then will I forgive you. The woman raised her head slightly and met Yi Chen-fong's eyes. Her cheeks were slightly red as she spoke. Go home. Yi Chen-fong frowned. If you can safely escort me home, the misunderstanding between us will be written off. My Wei family will even thank you. With all her guards killed, the woman was truly afraid that another accident would happen. She could only seek help from Yi Chen-fong, whose strength was unfathomable. How's your Wei family's strength? Yi Chen-fong hesitated and asked. My Wei family is one of the 4 major families in Aeon City. No one dares to provoke us within a radius of thousands of miles. Speaking of her family, the woman couldn't help but reveal a proud expression as she pouted. No one dares to provoke you? Yi Chen-fong smiled and said, Then why are you being hunted? Why don't you dare to go home alone? You. The woman was so angry that her teeth itched. Forget it. I have nothing to do. I'll escort you back to the Wei family. Also, I didn't mean to spy on you. I've been healing at the bottom of the lake for a long time. It's just that you didn't notice me. Yi Chen-fong had just arrived in the Void God Realm and was unfamiliar with the place. He wanted to find a major force to understand the Void God Realm and its current location. The Wei family was the perfect target for him to gather information. He nodded in agreement. TCH, you dare to look but don't dare to admit it. You're not a man. The woman glanced at Yi Chen-fong charmingly. Because Yi Chen-fong had saved her life and pulled her back from the gates of hell, she didn't hold much grudge against Yi Chen-fong. Her tone was also much gentler. Aeon City was located at the edge of the ancient race's territory. It was close to the territory of the human race and the devil race. It was a famous city in the Void God Realm. It occupied a vast area. There were endless mountain ranges, vast lakes, endless grasslands, and surging rivers in the city. The Aeon City Lord was a half-step ancestor of the ancient race. He had monstrous means and deterred all the other races from causing trouble in Aeon City. There were 4 ancient families in Aeon City. They were the Sima family, Li family, Wei family, and Qi family. Among the Sima family, Qi family was inherited from the ancient race, Li family was inherited from the devil race, and only Wei family was inherited from the human race. However, because the Wei family's old patriarch Wei Shirtong was a peak 6-star Tao God expert, the Wei family had always been standing tall in Aeon City. They controlled a lot of resources and forces in Aeon City. We're here. Aeon City is just ahead. Yi Chen-fong and Wei Xinhua rushed for half a day and arrived outside the territory of Aeon City. The beautiful Wei Xinhua pointed at the huge city in the distance. Returning to Aeon City, Wei Xinhua couldn't help but inwardly sigh in relief. She was even more grateful to Yi Chen-fong because, on their way back, they encountered another assassination attempt. This time, the assassination attempt was even more ferocious. If it wasn't for Yi Chen-fong's monstrous strength that killed the assassin, she wouldn't have been able to safely return to Aeon City with her strength. The Void God Realm is indeed the Void God Realm. It's impossible to see a city of this scale in the Heaven Domain. Looking at the black, dragon-like city walls that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, the towering city gate that was like a mountain, and the many tall buildings that pierced the clouds. Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Young miss, you've finally returned. The master and the others were worried to death. When Yi Qinfeng and Wei Xinyue walked side by side along an ancient continent towards Aeon City, a 6-star downlord old man with snow-white hair and a face covered in wrinkles noticed them, and he immediately led a few experts of the Wei clan over hastily. The old man clearly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Wei Xinyue was safe and sound. Manager Liu, what are you doing here? Wei Xinyue was slightly excited as she gazed at the old man. When young miss encountered an assassination attempt, a guard sent the news back to the Wei clan before he died. For the sake of looking for you, the Wei clan's internal guards were mobilized. Fortunately, young miss returned safely, said Manager Liu. Then have father and the others found out who tried to assassinate me? Asked Wei Xinyue. They haven't. Young miss, this is. Manager Liu glanced at Yi Qinfeng, who had an unfamiliar appearance and was unable to sense his true cultivation, and he asked in a low voice, This is young Master Yi. He saved me. If it wasn't for him, I might not have been able to return. Wei Xinyue introduced in a light voice. Thank you for saving our lives, young Master Yi. The Wei clan will never forget your kindness. Manager Liu glanced deeply at Yi Qinfeng before he bowed and spoke with gratitude. Manager Liu, you're too kind. Yi Qinfeng grinned and spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Chapter 1786. Wei clan, one of the 4 great clans of Aeon City, had stood tall in Aeon City for millions of years. They controlled a large amount of resources and power in Aeon City and established the famous giant Spirit Commerce Alliance. You're finally back. I was worried to death. Wei Xinyue's group had just returned to the Wei clan when the current Wei clan head, a 5-star Dao god, Wei Zhonghai, immediately walked out from the inner hall. Seeing his unharmed and beautiful daughter, he couldn't help but inwardly sigh in relief. Father! Wei Xinyue moved her slender legs and threw herself into Wei Zhonghai's embrace. Her eyes couldn't help but turn red. This must be young Master Yi who saved you. Wei Zhonghai gently stroked Wei Xinyue's soft black hair and cast his gaze towards Yi Qinfeng, who was standing at the entrance. He secretly sized him up a few times and said, And if it wasn't for young Master Yi, I might not have been able to come back. Wei Xinyue nodded and said, She didn't expect that she would encounter an assassination during an outing. If she wasn't lucky enough to meet Yi Qinfeng, she might never have been able to come back. Young Master Yi, thank you for saving you. I don't know what you want, but as long as my Wei clan can take it out, we will definitely give it to you. Wei Zhonghai found that he couldn't see through Yi Qinfeng. After pondering for a moment, he generously said, There's no need for thanks, but I want to ask Wei clan head about some things. Yi Qinfeng had many ancestral artifacts, ancestral pills, and a large number of divine items. Ordinary things were enough to pique his interest. He just wanted to understand the void god world through the Wei clan. All right, let's talk in the main hall. As long as I know, I will definitely tell young master. Hearing that Yi Qinfeng didn't want anything, Wei Zhonghai revealed a trace of astonishment. However, he quickly recovered and brought Yi Qinfeng to the main hall that was filled with an antique and faint sandalwood fragrance. Young Master Yi, may I know where you're from? What do you want to know? Although Yi Qinfeng's aura wasn't strong, he just sat in his chair in silence, giving people a natural feeling. Moreover, the Wei clan was one of the 4 great clans of Aeon City. Yet, Yi Qinfeng didn't show any restraint in the Wei clan. This caused Wei Zhonghai to look at him in a higher light. I'm just an itinerant cultivator with no fixed abode, Yi Qinfeng vaguely said, and I want to ask Patriarch Wei about what major events have happened in the Void God Realm recently, as well as the method to go to the Dragon Realm. The reason why Yi Qinfeng wanted to go to the Dragon World was because of Long Xiaotian. He had been suppressed in the universe realm for millions of years, so he really wanted to go home and see if the heavenly dragon race had been affected by the internal strife of the dragon clan. Furthermore, Yi Qinfeng also wanted to contact the heavenly dragon race through Long Shaotian and think of a way to befriend them. The dragon world has been sealed. No one can enter the dragon world. Wei Zhonghai looked at Yi Qinfeng with some astonishment and slowly said, "Could it be that the internal strife of the dragon clan has not subsided?" Yi Qinfeng slightly frowned and said, "It shouldn't be. If the internal strife of the dragon clan had subsided, the dragon world would have been opened long ago." Wei Zhonghai shook his head and said, "Then, Patriarch Wei, do you know the inside story of the internal strife of the dragon clan?" Yi Qinfeng took a sip of the sky spirit tea that was filled with dense spiritual energy and continued to ask, "Young master, ye thinks too highly of me. The dragon clan is an overlord level force in the void god realm. I simply can't come into contact with them." Wei Zhonghai said, "Then, Patriarch Wei, do you have a way to send me to the place closest to the dragon world?" Although the dragon world had sealed itself, Yi Qinfeng had the space devour bug, so he still had a way to enter. If it was 3 years ago, I would have been able to send young Master Yi to the vicinity of the dragon world through the wormhole. However, I can't do it now. Now, all the wormholes of the various races in the void god realm have been sealed. Wei Zhonghai softly sighed and said, "Why is that?" Yi Qinfeng was somewhat surprised. Could it be that young Master Yi has not heard about the matter of the massacre ancient tomb appearing in the void god realm? Wei Zhonghai asked in astonishment. He was astonished that Yi Qinfeng did not know about this matter that shocked the entire void god realm. "I have been in seclusion for the past few years and have just come out. I have not heard about the matter of the massacre ancient tomb," Yi Qinfeng vaguely explained. "So that's how it is." Wei Zhonghai nodded and said, 3 years ago, one of the 3 great ancient tombs of the heaven region, the massacre ancient tomb, suddenly appeared in the void god realm. It alarmed the various races in the void god realm and attracted the experts of various races. They wanted to enter and seize the incomparable opportunity within the massacre ancient tomb. However, the massacre ancient tomb was too dangerous. Although the various races worked together to break the restrictions of the massacre ancient tomb, none of the experts who entered the massacre ancient tomb were lucky enough to escape. All of them died inside, including several Almighty Ancestor Realm experts. The more dangerous the massacre ancient tomb was, the more it aroused the desire of various races to seize the great opportunity within. Just as the Almighty Ancestor Realm experts of various races were about to take action, the massacre ancient tomb strangely shifted its position. In order to suppress the massacre ancient tomb and prevent it from moving, the Almighty Ancestor Realm experts of various races borrowed void god artifacts to suppress a region. In the end, through the efforts of the Almighty Ancestor Realm experts of various races, the massacre ancient tomb was suppressed. However, the spatial wormholes of the entire void god realm were also affected and became extremely unstable. In order to avoid any accidents, the various races gave the order to seal all the spatial wormholes until the various races obtained the incomparable opportunity within the massacre ancient tomb. I never expected the massacre ancient tomb to appear in the void god realm. I wonder if the desolate ancient tomb will also appear in the void god realm. Legend had it that there were 3 great ancient tombs in the heaven region. They were the desolate ancient tomb, the massacre ancient tomb, and the void ancient tomb. Now that the opportunity within the void ancient tomb had been obtained by Yi Qinfeng, the massacre ancient tomb had appeared in the void god realm. However, the most mysterious, desolate ancient tomb had yet to appear. However, the appearance of the massacre ancient tomb in the void god realm made Yi Qinfeng suspect that after the passage of time, the desolate ancient tomb might also be hidden in the void god realm. While they were talking, housekeeper Sue walked in with a tray made of white jade. When he opened the restriction white silk on the tray, It revealed a dark green ancient seal with a toad sitting on top of it. Its surface was engraved with a large amount of ancient veined patterns. It was a low-grade, transcendent, sacred artifact, ancient seal. This ancient toad seal was obtained by my Wei clan from an auction 10 years ago. I will give it to young master as a token of gratitude. Wei Zhonghai pointed at the dark green ancient toad seal and said, Wei clan head is too polite. However, there is really no need for a token of gratitude. A low-grade, transcendent sacred artifact was already useless to Yi Qinfeng. He shook his head and said, If Wei clan head really wants to thank me, then wait for the spatial wormhole to open and send me to the edge of the dragon world. Young master, could it be that you have a relationship with the dragon race? Wei Zhonghai noticed that when Yi Qinfeng looked at the ancient toad seal, his gaze was calm without a trace of fluctuation. He guessed that this kind of treasure could not enter his eyes and could not help but look at him in a higher light. We have a lot of history. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said vaguely. Wei Zhonghai saw that Yi Qinfeng was not interested in the ancient toad seal, so he did not insist and promised, Good. I believe that the peak ancestor realm masters of the various races should be able to reach the deepest part of the ancient massacre tomb soon and seize the peerless opportunities inside. When the spatial wormhole opens, I will inform young master as soon as possible. Many thanks. Young Master Yi, since you have just arrived at Aeon City, why don't you stay in my Wei clan? Wei Zhonghai increasingly felt that Yi Qinfeng was not ordinary and enthusiastically invited him. Wei clan head is too polite, but I still want to stay outside. Yi Qinfeng did not want to have too much to do with the Wei clan and tactfully refused. Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to bid farewell to Wei Zhonghai and the others and leave, savage roars resounded in the Wei clan's rear hall, causing the air to tremble. Demonic Qi. Chapter 1787. Father, is the demonic energy in grandfather's body getting stronger? Wei Xinyue asked nervously when she heard the roar from the back hall. Yes, the demonic energy in your grandfather's body is getting stronger. Wei Zhonghai looked deeply at Yi Qinfeng and nodded. Then what should we do? Grandfather won't be in danger, right? Wei Xinyue asked worriedly. Sigh. Wei Zhonghai didn't know Yi Qinfeng well, so he sighed softly and didn't say anything. It seems like your Wei clan is in a bad situation. Xinyue was assassinated for no reason, and it should be directed at your Wei clan. Yi Qinfeng guessed the Wei clan situation from Wei Zhonghai's expression. He pondered for a moment and said, But perhaps I can help you. Really? Wei Xinyue's beautiful big eyes widened, revealing a pleasantly surprised expression. If you trust me, I can try to remove the demonic energy in grandfather's body. Although Yi Qinfeng didn't want to have too much to do with the Wei clan, the Wei clan was still valuable to him. He didn't want anything to happen to the Wei clan. Of course I trust you. Quickly take a look at grandfather. Because Yi Qinfeng had saved Wei Xinyue's life, Wei Xinyue believed in him without a doubt. I wonder if Clan Headway is willing to let me treat the old master? Yi Qinfeng asked indifferently as he looked at Wei Zhonghai, who was deep in thought and hesitating. Sigh. Then I'll leave it all to young Master Yi. Wei Zhonghai looked deeply at Yi Qinfeng and saw his clear eyes. He gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk and let Yi Qinfeng try. Then let's go. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng followed Wei Zhonghai, Wei Xinyue, and the others to the Wei residence's back hall. Inside an ancient courtyard shrouded in powerful restrictions, waves of devil qi permeated through the restrictions, dyeing the air black. Patriarch Wei, if you trust me, let me go in and treat him myself. Yi Qinfeng didn't want to expose his secret to Wei Zhonghai and the others, so he said slowly, This, Wei family head, you don't have to worry too much. If I really wanted to scheme against your Wei family, I wouldn't have done it in front of everyone. The only reason I'm helping you is because of the wormhole. Yi Chinfeng placed his hands behind his back, and his handsome face revealed an untamed expression. "Thank you, we'll wait for you outside." Although Yi Chinfeng's tone was a little arrogant, when Wei Zhonghai heard it, the worry in his heart was greatly reduced. Thinking that his father would not be able to hold on for much longer, the only thing he could do now was to take a gamble. "Patriarch, do you really believe him?" Looking at Yi Chinfeng's back as he walked into the restriction alone, everyone in the Wei clan was a little worried. If something happened to the Wei clan's mainstay, it would be a fatal blow to the Wei clan. "Sai, we have no choice but to gamble." Wei Zhonghai sighed softly and said helplessly, "Don't worry, father. I believe he's a good person." Wei Xinyue clenched her fists and bit her lips. Walking into the main room of the Wei clan's old patriarch, Wei Shirtong, Yi Chinfeng found that the demonic qi in the room was very dense. A shriveled old man with glaring eyes was tied to a jade bed by a chain covered with ancient runes. Seeing Yi Chinfeng walk in, the Wei clan's old patriarch, Wei Shirtong, roared again. His ferocious appearance made people shudder. What's in his body? Why is the demonic qi so dense? Yi Chinfeng ignored the demonic qi emitted from Wei Shirtong's body and slowly walked to his side. He closed his eyes and controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly deduce, releasing a powerful soul force into Wei Shirtong's body to examine it. What is this? When the powerful soul force penetrated deep into Wei Shirtong's body, it found a large number of barely detectable black spots in his bone marrow. The demonic qi in Wei Shirtong's body was emitted by these black spots. Demonic goo. Is this the legendary demonic goo? Under the God-Eater brain's rapid deduction, the black spots in Yi Chinfeng's soul sea appeared. These black spots were the demonic goo that could devour life force. There's something in his soul. In addition to the demonic goo, Yi Chinfeng also felt an extremely thin black line in Wei Shirtong's soul. This black line was also a type of demonic goo that was used to devour the brain's consciousness. It seems that someone really wants to deal with the Wei clan. They actually used so many precious demonic goo to kill the old patriarch of the Wei clan. Yi Chinfeng muttered to himself. Wei Shirtong's physical condition was not optimistic. If he was not treated, there would be no cure. Fortunately, Yi Chinfeng had the Chaos Divine Wood and the God-Eater Brain, which could restrain the demonic goo. Chaos Divine would devour! After sealing Wei Shirtong's old house, Yi Chinfeng summoned the Chaos Divine Wood and controlled it to extend a large number of 5-colored roots. They drilled into Wei Shirtong's body through his pores and devoured the demonic goo that had penetrated deep into his bone marrow. While the Chaos Divine Wood was devouring the demonic goo, Yi Chinfeng pressed on Wei Shirtong's head and used the God-Eater Brain to devour the demonic goo in Wei Shirtong's soul sea. When Yi Chinfeng dispelled the demonic goo in Wei Shirtong's body and soul, he was immediately met with the demonic goo's resistance, causing the weakened Wei Shirtong to writhe in pain. Grandpa seems to be in great pain." Hearing the wails from the courtyard, Wei Xinyue's expression changed slightly, revealing a nervous expression. "Zhonghai, we don't know where this person came from. We can't let him continue the treatment." Wei Zhonghai's third uncle, Wei Shiming, said worriedly. He was about to rush in to stop Yi Chinfeng from treating Wei Shirtong. "No, third uncle." Wei Zhonghai suddenly stood in front of Wei Shiming and said he was right. If he really wanted to harm father, he wouldn't do it in front of so many people. I think he is really treating father. Let's continue to wait. But no buts. If there is an accident, I will bear all the responsibility. Wei Zhonghai took a deep breath and took all the responsibility. Time passed by slowly. Wei Shirtong's wails grew louder and louder, causing the entire Wei clan to fall into a state of anxiety. If Wei Zhonghai didn't insist on waiting, the Wei clan would have rushed in and chased Yi Chinfeng away. After more than 6 hours of suffering, Wei Shirtong's wails gradually became softer, and the demonic qi in the courtyard became much fainter. The demonic qi has weakened. Could it be that he really has a way to treat Patriarch? Feeling the demonic qi in the courtyard becoming fainter, the Wei clan, who were anxiously waiting, revealed a look of pleasant surprise. A trace of hope appeared in their despairing hearts. After more than 2 hours, Wei Shirtong's wails completely disappeared. Patriarch Wei, please come in. At this time, Yi Qinfeng's voice sounded in the ancient courtyard and into Yi Qinfeng's ears. Young Master Yi, how is my father's condition? Wei Zhonghai quickly walked into the ancient house and looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was calmly standing by the bed, and Wei Shirtong, who had fallen into a deep sleep and whose complexion had returned to normal. He asked nervously, "The demonic goo in the old patriarch's body has been removed by me. However, the old patriarch has been tortured by the demonic goo for too long. I estimate that he will need to rest for several months to recover," Yi Qinfeng said faintly. Really? Wei Zhonghai was overjoyed. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed Wei Shirtong's skinny wrist. He released a powerful soul force into his body and carefully checked to make sure that the demonic qi in his body had really disappeared. My Wei clan will never forget young master Ye's kindness. Wei Zhonghai bowed deeply to Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng's actions had undoubtedly pulled his Wei clan out of the fire. As long as Wei Shirtong recovered, those who secretly wanted to deal with the Wei clan would have to think twice. Patriarch Wei, how much do you know about the demonic goo? Seeing Wei Zhonghai's agitated appearance, Yi Qinfeng said faintly, I've heard of it, but I don't know much. Wei Zhonghai said truthfully, the demonic goo is very scary. It can nibble away at one's vitality and consciousness bit by bit. However, it is not easy to make the demonic goo host. Only a close relative can do it. Yi Qinfeng said slowly, Young master, you means that my Wei clan has a mole. Wei Zhonghai's expression changed slightly. This is your Wei clan's matter. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, All right, I'm tired. I'm going back to rest. If the wormhole can be used again, remember to inform me. Chapter 1788. Aeon City. I guess I'll have to stay here for a while. The Void God realm was too vast, and there were too many unknown dangers. To be safe, Yi Qinfeng decided to stay in Aeon City for a while and wait for the wormhole to open so he could go to the Dragon World. In order to avoid being disturbed while cultivating, Yi Qinfeng directly spent a high price to buy a quiet, ancient courtyard in Aeon City. He also spent over 1,000 array stones to lay down a defensive array in the courtyard as if someone was disturbing him. After resting for a night, Yi Qinfeng left the ancient courtyard early in the morning. After asking around, he arrived at a large pagoda in Aeon City. There was a crescent moon embedded at the top of the pagoda and a powerful restriction around it. So lively! Walking into the ancient pavilion, Yi Qinfeng found that the first floor was very lively. Many powerful experts were picking out suitable antiques for themselves. The Void God Realm is indeed the Void God Realm. Emperor-level experts that are rarely seen in the Heaven region can be found everywhere here. There are even many Master-level experts. Yi Qinfeng glanced at the experts in the hall and did not stop. He walked up the wooden stairs to the side, wanting to go to the second floor. Sir, please show your star token. Only honored guests with 2 stars and above can enter the second floor of my ancient Heaven Pavilion. At this moment, a guard wearing dark golden armor stopped Yi Qinfeng and spoke in a deep voice. He was guarding the wooden staircase and was stopping Yi Qinfeng. Star token! Yi Qinfeng slightly frowned. He took out the Wei clan's ancient token that Wei Zhonghai gave him before he left and said, Can I go to the second floor of the ancient Heaven Pavilion with this token? Wei clan's ancient token. Looking at the ancient token in Yi Qinfeng's hand with the word Wei carved on it, the armored guard immediately revealed a respectful expression and said, "Young master, please go to the second floor." Yi Qinfeng didn't expect the Wei clan's ancient medallion to be so useful. He nodded his head and followed the wooden stairs to the second floor of the ancient tower. Accompanied by a young and beautiful maidservant, he went to the treasure vault to pick out some antiques. As Yi Qinfeng's strength increased, his horizons also became wider. He walked around the second floor of the treasure pavilion and didn't find any antiques that caught his eye. Then he went to the third floor to choose an antique. Entering the third floor of the ancient heaven tower, Yi Qinfeng saw only a few people choosing antiques. Among them, there was a woman wearing a tight-fitting backless dress that vividly accentuated the curves of her body. Her face was covered with heavy makeup, and her eyes were filled with charm. He couldn't help but take another look at her. But soon, Yi Qinfeng's attention was attracted by an ancient clock carved with strange patterns on a shelf. Through the God-Eater brain's repeated confirmations, he felt that the runes on the surface of the ancient bell had been carved with a special soul-drawing technique. If he shattered the ancient bell, these runes would become pure soul energy that the God-Eater brain could directly devour and accelerate its evolution. This ancient bell is not bad. I wonder how many Saint crystals it can sell for. Although Yi Qinfeng had just arrived in the Void God Realm, Shen Daxu had killed the 4 demon ancestors. In addition, he had killed the people of the Imperial Sky Clan, so he had a large amount of Saint crystals on him. If young Lord wants it, you only need to pay 1 million low-rank Saint crystals. A young and beautiful maid with fair skin wearing a jade-green dress said softly, "Ancient bell, let me have a look." The charming woman who was choosing antiques saw the ancient bell in Yi Qinfeng's hands from afar. She was immediately attracted by the ancient runes on the surface of the ancient bell. Her eyes lit up as she slowly walked over and said arrogantly, "I'll buy this ancient bell." Yi Qinfeng coldly glanced at her and was about to pay 1 million low-rank Saint crystals to buy the ancient bell. "Didn't you hear what I said? I told you to let me have a look at this ancient bell." The charming woman didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to ignore her. Her face sank as she said angrily, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take the money." Yi Qinfeng handed a universe ring with 1 million low-rank Saint crystals to the girl in green, who was in a dilemma. "You're not allowed to take his money. I'll buy this ancient bell." The charming woman angrily glared at Yi Qinfeng and ordered in an irresistible manner, "I'm not selling." Yi Qinfeng forcefully stuffed the universe ring into the green-dressed woman's soft and smooth hands. Under the enraged gaze of the charming woman, he took away the ancient bell. "Stop!" The charming woman didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to not give her any face. Flames of anger ignited in her heart as she quickly blocked in front of Yi Qinfeng and shouted loudly, "You dare to snatch something this young lady wants? You must be tired of living. Are you provoking me?" Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank as killing intent suddenly erupted from his body. At this moment, he was like a wolf that had been lying in wait for a long time, revealing his sharp fangs and killing intent. "Do you know who I am?" Feeling Yi Qinfeng's killing intent, the charming woman's heart trembled as a strong sense of fear rose within her, causing her voice to tremble slightly. "I don't want to kill anyone today. I hope you don't force me," Yi Qinfeng coldly warned before pushing aside the charming woman in front of him and leaving calmly. "Just you wait. I won't let you off." The charming woman had never suffered such a great humiliation before. Staring at Yi Qinfeng's departing back, she gnashed her teeth in hatred and spat. Although Yi Qinfeng felt that the charming woman's identity was extraordinary, he didn't take it to heart. With his current strength and heritage, he could easily sweep through Aeon City, so he didn't put the charming woman's family in his eyes. After leaving the ancient heaven pavilion, Yi Qinfeng continued to wander around Aeon City. However, Aeon City was simply too big. After walking around for half a day, he had only explored 1/10 of the eastern part of the city and didn't have any special harvests. As the sky gradually darkened, Yi Chen-feng was preparing to return to the ancient courtyard he had purchased to refine the ancient bell and release his soul force. However, more than 10 aggressive men blocked him on a remote street. "It's you." Seeing the charming woman who had a conflict with him in the morning standing in the crowd and looking at him with malicious intent, Yi Chen-feng's face sank as he coldly said, "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" "Mother asterisk her. Do you think you can threaten my Bei family's princess? If you know what's good for you, kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe Miss Bei will spare your life if she's in a good mood." A burly man with thick hair all over his body warned fiercely. He had a scorpion tattoo on the left side of his face, and his eyes that were sunken into his cheeks emitted a strong sense of fierceness. "Pa!" As soon as his voice fell, the crisp sound of a slap suddenly rang out. Yi Chen-feng swung his palm across the air and fiercely slapped the burly man's cheek, shattering his cheekbones and sending him flying. He crashed heavily into a distant brick wall, causing a large part of it to collapse. "You're courting death." The Bei family's experts didn't expect Yi Chen-feng to be so arrogant and directly hit someone. They were immediately enraged as they summoned their treasures and attacked Yi Chen-feng. But when they attacked, they suddenly felt their vision blur. In the next moment, a force beyond their imagination fiercely bombarded their bodies, breaking through their physical defenses and sending them flying. They spat out a large amount of blood in midair and flew into the distance. Their vision turned black and they all fainted. "You, don't come over." Seeing the helpers she brought being dealt with by Yi Chen-feng in the blink of an eye, the charming woman was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale. She watched as Yi Chen-feng walked over step by step and retreated while speaking in horror. "Pa!" Yi Chen-feng didn't show any mercy. He raised his hand and ruthlessly slapped the charming woman's cheek, causing the pretty face that she was so proud of to swell. Immediately after, Yi Chen-feng backhanded and ruthlessly slapped her cheek again. A large amount of blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of her mouth. "Remember, don't provoke me again, or I'll break your neck." Chapter 1789. In the dead of the night, only the chirping of insects could be heard. Break. After refining until late at night, Yi Chen-feng used the wheel of life and death to grind the ancient clock. A large number of ancient soul runes floated in the air like willow wisps. "God-eater brain, devour!" Looking at the thousands of ancient soul runes floating in front of him, Yi Chen-feng immediately summoned the God-eater brain. It floated in the air and released a powerful devouring power, devouring the ancient soul runes one by one. After devouring thousands of ancient soul runes, the God-eater brain immediately split out a large number of brain cells, accelerating its evolution. However, as the God-eater brain grew stronger, it needed more energy to evolve into a sub-brain. The ancient clock soul runes were not enough for it to evolve. After retrieving the God-eater brain back into his soul sea, Yi Chen-feng consumed a supreme-grade heaven-piercing Saint elixir and began to cultivate. He slowly increased his strength and tried to break through to the 6-star Tao God realm. On the third day of his secluded cultivation, Wei Xinyue, who was wearing a tight black miniskirt, revealing her snow-white slender legs, and wearing a huge gem around her neck, arrived outside the old courtyard he rented. She was extremely beautiful. "How is your grandfather?" Sensing Wei Xinyue's arrival, Yi Chen-feng woke up from his cultivation. He closed the restriction in the courtyard and welcomed her in. "Thank you for saving my grandfather, young Master Yi. My grandfather is fine now." Wei Xinyue blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Chen-feng. She said gratefully, "Young Master Yi, do you have time tonight? My grandfather would like to invite you to his residence to thank you personally for saving his life." "I accept your grandfather's kindness, but I still have to cultivate, so I won't be going." Yi Chen-feng shook his head and rejected her tactfully. Well, all right then. Wei Xinyue wanted to continue persuading him, but looking at Yi Qinfeng's determined eyes, she knew that forcing it would only make Yi Qinfeng feel disgusted. Young Master Yi, in a few days, my Wei clan is going to hold a private trade fair. Are you interested in joining? Private trade fair? Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. He was a little interested. All right, tell me the time and place of the trade fair. I'll go take a look. This is the invitation card. Wei Xinyue handed a delicate invitation card to Yi Qinfeng and said, "We will be at the trade fair, waiting for young master's arrival." After she finished speaking, she didn't stay in the courtyard for long and turned around to leave. Let's hope we can gain something from this private trade fair. Yi Qinfeng kept the invitation into the universe realm and returned to his room. He continued to refine the top grade, transcendent, holy Dan to increase his strength. Time flew by, and soon 5 days had passed. When evening approached, Yi Qinfeng left the ancient courtyard and followed the route on the invitation card to the Wei clan's private trade fair. The Wei clan really knows how to choose a place. Yi Qinfeng looked at the luxurious and beautiful trading venue at the center of the lake, which was illuminated by a large number of lights. He took out his invitation card and handed it to the Wei clan guard guarding the only wooden bridge that led to the center of the lake. He then walked into the trading venue that was filled with pleasant zither music. Because Yi Qinfeng had arrived early, there weren't many people in the brightly lit trade fair. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng didn't know anyone in Aeon City. He took a wine cup from a beautiful maid and tasted the century-old pure wine while admiring the lake scenery outside the window while waiting for the private auction to begin. Why are you here? How did you sneak in? While Yi Qinfeng was waiting in silence, a discordant voice suddenly sounded. Miss Bei, who had been taught a lesson by Yi Qinfeng a few days ago and had her face swollen from slapping, discovered him and loudly rebuked him. You're really haunting me. Yi Qinfeng slowly turned around and looked at the charming woman who was gnashing her teeth with an ominous glint in her eyes. Miss Bei, what's the matter? Hearing the charming woman's angry roar, several Wei clan guards hurried over and politely asked, "Get this person out of here." Although the charming woman was somewhat afraid of Yi Qinfeng, when she thought of the humiliation he had brought her and her relationship with the Wei clan, she was prepared to use the Wei clan's strength to deal with Yi Qinfeng. This because Yi Qinfeng had only shown his face once in the Wei clan. Not many people had seen him before. However, for Yi Qinfeng to be able to enter this place, it was clear that his identity was not simple. This put the Wei clan guards in a difficult position. This person's background is unknown. I suspect that he snuck in, the charming woman persistently said. It seems that the warning I gave you last time wasn't enough. Yi Qinfeng's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at the charming woman who was constantly provoking him. What do you want? I'm warning you. This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's sharp eyes, the charming woman's heart inexplicably trembled. She braced herself and shouted loudly. Her shouting attracted a lot of people, including the Wei clan's supervisor in charge of this private trade fair. Miss Bei, what's wrong with you? A man wearing a white martial arts suit, with slightly white hair and a clear scar at the corner of his left eye, looked at the charming woman who had turned pale and asked politely, Supervisor Jean, you came at the right time. This person is an extremely vicious person. I suspect that he has snuck in with evil intentions. Please drive him out and protect everyone's safety. When the charming woman saw the supervisor of the Wei clan appear, her uneasy heart calmed down a little. She pointed at Yi Qinfeng and loudly reprimanded. Miss Bei, don't be anxious. I'll go check his invitation now. If there's really something wrong with him, we'll naturally give you an explanation. Thinking of the relationship between the charming woman and the Wei clan, Supervisor Jean did not dare to offend her and said politely, Sir, I wonder if you have an invitation from my Wei clan? Looking at Yi Qinfeng's unfamiliar face, Supervisor Jean asked softly, "Do you think I can come in without an invitation?" Yi Qinfeng said indifferently, "Then can you take out the invitation and let me check it?" Hearing Yi Qinfeng's cold tone, Supervisor Jean frowned slightly and said softly, "If I don't want to take it out, are you going to drive me away?" Yi Qinfeng's eyes flashed with cold light. He was very dissatisfied with the Wei clan handled things. "Supervisor Jean, you see, he doesn't have an invitation at all. I suspect that he's a thief who snuck in to steal things." Seeing that Yi Qinfeng was unwilling to take out the invitation, the charming woman was overjoyed and struck while the iron was hot. "Thief!" The entire auction fell into clamorous noise when they heard the charming woman's shout, and many people were drawn over. Numerous pairs of questioning gazes shot towards Yi Qinfeng in unison. "If you're unable to produce an invitation, then we can only take you down." Supervisor Jean spoke with an unsightly expression. "Humph! With just the two of you?" Yi Qinfeng grunted coldly, and he spoke with disdain as he gazed at Supervisor Jean, who was only a 2-star Dao Lord. "How audacious! You actually dare to look down upon my Wei clan? It seems to me that you're tired of living." Supervisor Jean hadn't expected that Yi Qinfeng would be so arrogant and look down upon him in public. He was instantly infuriated, and he intended to order his subordinates to take Yi Qinfeng down. "What's going on?" Right when the atmosphere was slightly tense and chaotic, an icy cold voice resounded. A man who wore a gorgeous robe and had an extraordinary bearing walked over slowly while accompanied by 2 subordinates. Chapter 1790. "Hengi, you came at the right time. This person is a thief. After I exposed his identity, not only did he not repent, he even threatened me. You must help me." The charming woman hugged Wei Hengi's arm tightly, squeezing her soft breasts as she cried loudly, "What? There's such a thing?" Wei Hengi was the son of the second head of the Wei clan, Wei Penghong. His status in the Wei clan was not lower than Wei Xinyue's. He was a complete hedonistic son. After learning that his woman was bullied, he flew into a rage. The way he looked at Yi Qinfeng turned cold. "How dare you come to my Wei clan's private auction and make trouble? I think you're tired of living." Wei Hengi exposed the soft waist of the charming woman and glared at Yi Qinfeng. He scolded, "What are you all standing there for? Break his legs. Are you sure you want to deal with me?" Although Yi Qinfeng needed the help of the Wei clan, it did not mean that he would tolerate them. Looking at the murderous Wei Hengi, Yi Qinfeng said coldly, "What? You dare to harm me? Do you know who I am?" Wei Hengi was even more annoyed when he met Yi Qinfeng's cold eyes. "How about we make a bet? If I break your legs, will the Wei clan take revenge on me?" Looking at the experts of the Wei clan slowly approaching, Yi Qinfeng smiled and said calmly, "Damn it, you're courting death." As the second young master of the Wei clan, Wei Hengi had never been threatened in public. A surge of anger burned in his chest. He ordered loudly, "What are you all standing there for? Break his legs. I'm going to chop him up and feed him to the fish." Crack! As soon as Wei Hengi's voice fell, the hair-raising sound of bones breaking rang out. Immediately after, the quiet auction hall was filled with tragic wails. However, this wail did not come from Yi Qinfeng. It came from the arrogant and insufferably arrogant Wei Hengi. His legs were broken by the terrifying aura released by Yi Qinfeng, and he knelt on the ground like a dog. Looking at Wei Hengi, who was hugging his legs, rolling on the ground and howling in pain, everyone present was dumbfounded. He really dared to break young Master Wei's legs. Heavens, who the hell is he? He actually dares to provoke the Wei clan in public. Isn't he afraid of the Wei clan's revenge? Looking at the scene before them, everyone present was dumbfounded. They looked at Yi Qinfeng as if they were looking at a monster. They wanted to know why he was so bold as to break Wei Hengyi's legs in public, provoking the Wei family, one of Aeon's 4 great families. Just as everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them, Yi Qinfeng's hands moved like lightning. Like a pair of pliers, he grabbed the beautiful woman's neck and lifted her into the air as if he was lifting a chick. I warned you not to provoke me again, but you didn't listen. Tell me, how should I punish you? Yi Qinfeng's eyes shot out a sharp light that pierced into the charming woman's eyes as he spoke with a murderous intent. How dare you? Let go of Miss Bei. The Wei clan experts, who recovered from their shock, were furious. They all tried to capture Yi Qinfeng. Get lost. A furious roar erupted from Yi Qinfeng's mouth. His voice was so loud that it caused the entire trading hall to tremble. The charming woman, who bore the brunt of it, was shaken to the point of bleeding from her 7 orifices. Her soul trembled and she was in great pain. Bang, bang, bang. Under the impact of Yi Qinfeng's powerful aura, the Wei clan's guards who were close to him were sent flying, knocking over many tables and chairs. The elegantly decorated hall was destroyed in an instant. No, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. I won't dare to provoke you again. Feeling the murderous intent in Yi Qinfeng's eyes getting stronger, the charming woman was really scared. She had a feeling that Yi Qinfeng really dared to break her neck. Stop! What are you doing? Just as everyone was intimidated by Yi Qinfeng's terrifying strength and the atmosphere became oppressive, an angry roar was heard. A middle-aged man who was wearing a gorgeous robe and looked somewhat similar to Wei Hengyi appeared with a few Wei clan experts. He held 2 valuable jade balls in his hands. Uncle Wei, save me. Seeing the second clan master of the Wei clan, Wei Penghong, who was a 5-star Dao god, appear, the charming woman who was struggling in pain immediately cried for help. Her throat was choked by Yi Qinfeng and lifted into the air. Father, my legs were broken by this little bastard. You must avenge me. Wei Hengyi, who was rolling on the ground while holding his broken legs, cried out loudly. Who are you? Why did you come to my Wei clan's private trading fair to cause trouble? Wei Penghong's eyes were filled with sternness as he ordered, Hurry up and release Xue Mei. If they don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. They only have themselves to blame. Because Yi Qinfeng still needed to borrow the Wei clan's wormhole, he took a deep breath and suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. With a slight force in his right hand, he directly threw the screaming, charming woman out. She smashed through the hard wall and fell directly into the ice-cold lake. How dare you commit such a crime in front of me? It seems that you don't respect my Wei clan at all. Seeing Yi Qinfeng throw the charming woman into the lake, the corner of Wei Penghong's eyes twitched violently. His expression became extremely gloomy as he spoke in a cold voice. Don't bring up the Wei clan for no reason. I'm afraid you can't represent the Wei clan. Yi Qinfeng ignored Wei Penghong's angry gaze. With his hands behind his back, he spoke with an indifferent expression. All right. Seeing that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, I originally wanted to spare your life. But it seems that there's no need for that now. Yi Qinfeng's words opened up the scar in Wei Penghong's heart and aroused the anger in his heart. He crushed the jade ball in his hand, and his hands moved like lightning. With the terrifying power of thunder, he attacked Yi Qinfeng. For a moment, the entire trading fair was filled with the deafening sound of thunder. The terrifying sound made one's mind shake. In the face of this lightning attack, Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge. He quickly took a step forward, and the power that erupted from the bottom of his feet caused the entire trading hall to tremble. With a punch, dense sonic booms rang out in the air. The power of more than 200 billion kilograms crushed the terrifying thunder like breaking rotten wood and smashed ruthlessly into Wei Penghong's penetrating arms. A power that exceeded Wei Penghong's imagination poured into his arms, causing them to tremble and his entire body to be thrown out. What? Seeing Yi Qinfeng send Wei Penghong flying with a punch, Everyone present was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the young Yi Qinfeng actually had such terrifying strength. Wei Hengyi, who had been shouting loudly, looked as if he had seen a ghost. The cold smile on his face instantly froze. "Now, do you still think you can kill me?" Looking at Wei Penghong, who had been sent flying by his punch and had to take dozens of steps back to stabilize his body, his arms were numb, and his face was flushed red, Yi Qinfeng spoke with his hands behind his back. "Little bastard, I'll take your life." Although Yi Qinfeng's combat strength was beyond his imagination, Wei Penghong believed that he could still kill him if he used his trump card. With an angry roar, he summoned a saber that swallowed and spat out heavenly power. The saber flowed like a tidal wave, and he was about to use all his strength to kill Yi Qinfeng. Suddenly, a low and deep voice rang out. "Penghong, stop." Chapter 1791. Grandfather, you must uphold justice for me and avenge me. Not only did this little bastard break her legs, he also humiliated Xue Mei and threw her into the lake. Seeing that Wei Sherdong's legs had been crushed by Yi Qinfeng, Wei Hengyi, who was lying on the ground, immediately crawled over and loudly denounced Yi Qinfeng's crimes. "Young Master Yi, what happened?" Wei Xinyue didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to have a conflict with Wei Hengyi. Her brows were tightly knitted together as she looked at Yi Qinfeng, who had his hands behind his back and a calm expression. "I think this Supervisor Jean can tell you what happened." Yi Qinfeng's sharp eyes met Wei Sherdong's muddy old eyes as he said indifferently, "Jean Kong, what happened? Tell me the truth." Old Master Wei Sherdong's face darkened. He cast his gaze at Supervisor Jean, who had beads of sweat on his forehead and was feeling nervous, and ordered without any room for resistance. Replying to Old Family Head, "Just now Miss Bei suspected that this young master was a thief who secretly snuck in. When I checked the invitation, he didn't give it to me, so Supervisor Jean didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to know Wei Xinyue. He immediately felt that something was wrong and reported in detail. In the end, he didn't know how to continue." "So what?" Wei Sherdong said with a gloomy expression. "So they want to drive me out." Yi Qinfeng said indifferently with his hands behind his back, "Jean Kong, who gave you the dog guts to drive out my honored guest?" Although Wei Sherdong's understanding of Yi Qinfeng was limited, he was clear about Yi Qinfeng's methods. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng had given him and the Wei family a new lease of life. He wanted to be on good terms with Yi Qinfeng and the power behind him. However, all of this was almost ruined. This made Wei Sherdong even angrier, and he wanted to kill Jean Kong. What? He is grandfather's honored guest. Wei Heng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to have such a powerful background. Not only was Wei Hengyi dumbfounded, everyone present was dumbfounded. They finally knew why Yi Qinfeng was so arrogant and broke Wei Hengyi's leg in public. With the support of the Wei family's mainstay, Wei Sherdong, he really didn't need to worry about a dandy. Old master, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Under Wei Sherdong's penetrating gaze, Supervisor Jean was terrified. His legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "I'm sorry, young Master Yi. I didn't expect something like this to happen today. But don't worry, they offended you. So I'll give you an explanation. As an existence standing at the pinnacle of Aeon City, Wei Sherdong clearly knew that experts could not be humiliated. If it were him, he would also not be able to endure such humiliation and would most likely kill together. Grandfather, he broke my legs. Don't tell me you want to punish me. Wei Hengyi covered his legs that were broken by Yi Qinfeng and said unwillingly, That's right, father. Although I don't know his relationship with you, he caused such a ruckus here. He clearly didn't give my Wei family any face. If we let him go like this, where will my Wei family's dignity go? Wei Penghong's eyes revealed a sinister light as he glared at Yi Qinfeng. Then what do you want? Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, Lower your head and apologize. Wei Peng Hong said domineeringly. Apologize. Are you worthy? Yi Qinfeng's expression gradually turned cold. The sharp light in his eyes seemed to be able to penetrate Wei Peng Hong's body. Shut up, Peng Hong. If you offend young Master Yi again, don't blame me for serving you according to my family's laws. Although Wei Shitong didn't know Yi Qinfeng's strength, Wei Shitong felt that he wasn't simple. He didn't want the situation to worsen and shouted loudly. Father, you! Take Heng Yi and get out of here. I don't want to see you today. Wei Shitong ordered sternly. What? Don't you understand my words? If you don't get out of here, I'll serve you according to my family's laws. Okay, I'll leave. Seeing that Wei Shitong was truly angry, Wei Peng Hong could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He ordered people to carry Wei Heng Yi, whose legs were shattered and left in humiliation. Heavens, who is that person? Not only did he not break Wei Heng Yi's legs, he even chased away the Wei family's father and son. That person can make the Wei family lower their heads. His identity is definitely not simple. Could it be that the Wei family has some ulterior motive for befriending him? Seeing the angry Wei Peng Hong and his father leave, as well as the arrogant and extraordinary Yi Qinfeng, the major powers that had arrived early were surprised. They all started to guess the identity of Yi Qinfeng. Zhonghai informed the other families that today's private trade fair is over. Wei Shitong ordered in a low voice. The conflict just now had made him lose interest in continuing the private trade fair. Young Master Yi, today's matter is indeed my Wei family's fault. Please don't take it to heart. Wei Shitong lowered his posture and said apologetically. Old family head, you're too serious. Yi Qinfeng smiled slightly and said neither arrogantly nor humbly, I wonder what treasures the Wei family has prepared for this trade fair. Can you let me take a look? If possible, I'm willing to make a deal with you. Okay, young Master Yi, let's talk inside. Wei Shitong's turbid eyes shone brightly. He nodded and led Yi Qinfeng through the chaotic hall to a luxuriously decorated inner hall with a huge crystal chandelier. My Wei family has prepared 3 treasures for this private trade fair. But before seeing the 3 treasures, can young Master Yi help me arrange a scroll of ancient characters? Wei Shitong did not take out the 3 treasures. He wanted to test Yi Qinfeng's ability. Of course. Yi Qinfeng took a sip of spirit tea and nodded. Young Master, please take a look. Wei Shitong took out a parchment scroll. There were more than 3,000 strange and ancient characters written on it. Ancient characters. Looking at the characters on the parchment scroll, Yi Qinfeng was surprised. I wonder if young Master can decipher the meaning of these ancient characters. Looking at the frowning Yi Qinfeng, Wei Shitong sighed softly in his heart. He felt that Yi Qinfeng should not be able to decipher the ancient characters. Let me try. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly deduce the strange ancient characters on the parchment scroll. At this time, Wei Zhonghai walked in and glanced at Yi Qinfeng, who was holding the parchment scroll with his eyes closed. He exchanged a look with Wei Shitong and then sat down in silence. About an hour later, Yi Qinfeng opened his eyes and said, This should be the opening of an ancient study, but the order of each line is reversed. The correct order is... Yi Qinfeng took out a pen from the universe mirror and wrote down a serial number before each line of ancient characters. He handed it to Wei Zhonghai, whose expression changed slightly. Young Master Yi, you can really decipher these ancient characters. Wei Shitong, Wei Zhonghai, and the others widened their eyes and stared blankly at Yi Qinfeng. There was a trace of joy and hope between their brows. Pretty much. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Then I'll have to trouble young Master Yi to take a look at this ancient scroll and see if you can help us decipher the cultivation chant. As he spoke, Wei Shitong took out an ancient tree that seemed to have withered long ago, a tortoiseshell the size of a palm with over 100 ancient characters engraved on its surface, a pitch-black crystal, and a somewhat tattered ancient book sealed with a powerful restriction. Okay, I'll try my best. Yi Chin Feng controlled the God-Eater brain to sense the three treasures. His heart trembled as he suppressed his excitement and asked, "Then I'll leave everything to young Master Yi. Regardless of success or failure, young Master can take away one treasure. If you can decipher it completely, these three treasures are all yours." Wei Shirtong promised. Okay. Chapter 1792. Father, we have to take revenge for this. I must break that little bastard's limbs and make him beg for death. Wei Hung gnashed his teeth and said after his legs were broken by Yi Chin Feng. He wished he could eat Yi Chin Feng's flesh and drink his blood. There's no hurry. Let me investigate that little bastard's background first and see who he is. Wei Peng Hong calmed down a lot. His eyes flashed with a fierce light as he spoke. The news of Wei Heng's legs being broken and Wei Peng Hong being driven out of the trading hall spread like the wind throughout Aeon City. Many people knew about Yi Chin Feng. Among them, the Bei family's reaction was the strongest. They immediately found Wei Peng Hong and inquired about Yi Chin Feng's identity, wanting to retaliate against him. However, Yi Chin Feng had just arrived in Aeon City, and no one knew his origins. For a time, no one dared to take the lead. However, the investigation of him was slowly unfolding. The night quickly passed. When the first rays of the morning sun shined on the surface of the lake, rippling with dazzling light, Yi Chin Feng, who had been controlling the God-Eater brain for the entire night, let out a breath of turbid air and woke up from his deduction. "How is it, young Master Yi? How much did you translate?" This ancient book was extremely important to the Wei family. If Yi Chin Feng could translate it, the Wei family might be able to use this ancient book to intimidate everyone and survive this crisis. The ancient characters in this ancient book have existed for too long. I spent an entire night and only managed to translate 4 pages. As Yi Chin Feng spoke, he took out a pen and wrote down the ancient characters he had translated on the ancient scroll that the Wei family had prepared. Yes, the translation of these ancient characters is correct. Wei Shirtong quickly skimmed through the ancient characters on the ancient scroll. His eyes suddenly lit up. Through comparison, he determined that Yi Chin Feng had translated the ancient characters without any problems. He couldn't help but look at Yi Chin Feng in a higher light, feeling that he was extraordinary. "Young Master Yi, how long will it take to translate this ancient book?" Wei Shirtong asked expectantly. About a month or so." Yi Chin Feng pondered for a moment and said, "Young Master Yi, these ancient books are very important to my Wei clan. Can you stay in my Wei clan while you are translating them?" Wei Shirtong promised, "Regardless of success or failure, I will give you these 3 ancient items." All right. After translating 4 pages, Yi Chin Feng was already deeply attracted by this ancient book. He had a feeling that this ancient book might very well record the most profound, supreme, divine ability of the Void God realm. If he could comprehend it, it would greatly increase his battle prowess and foundation. "Many thanks, young Master Yi. I am definitely going to befriend you." Hearing Yi Chin Feng's agreement, Wei Shirtong was overjoyed. He didn't stay for long and immediately left the island and returned to the Wei residence. "Old Patriarch Wei, I see that your body is still very weak. I'll give you this heavenly purple jade thunder fruit. If you eat this fruit, it should be able to speed up your recovery." Yi Chin Feng didn't want to take advantage of the Wei clan too much, so he took out the heavenly purple jade thunder fruit he obtained from the Great Void Tomb and gave it to Wei Shirtong. Heavenly purple jade thunder fruit. When Wei Shirtong saw Yi Chin Feng hand over the heaven-piercing fruit, which was dark purple in color and contained strong holy lightning energy, his eyes widened in shock. "Young Master Yi, this is too precious. Wei Shirtong had heard of the heavenly purple jade, Thunderfruit's fame, and knew its value. Moreover, the Wei clan mainly cultivated the Tao of Lightning. It could be said that this heavenly purple jade, Thunderfruit's value to the Wei clan surpassed a low-grade ancestral pellet. Old Wei is too polite. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, "All right, Old Wei, I'm going into seclusion to translate. Don't let anyone disturb me while I'm translating." "Don't worry, young Master Yi. This old man promises you that in my Wei clan, no one will disturb you." Wei Shirtong patted his chest and promised. He was determined to be on good terms with Yi Qinfeng. After Wei Shirtong and the others left, Yi Qinfeng laid down a restriction in his room. With a thought, he entered the universe realm and translated the ancient characters in the 30-fold flow of time. The ancient characters in the Wei clan's ancient books were profound and cryptic. They were extremely difficult to comprehend, but the God-Eater brain refined by Tai was all-encompassing. Under the God-Eater brain's deduction and comprehension, Yi Qinfeng translated one ancient character after another. 30 days in the outside world, 900 days in the 5th level of the universe realm. In these 3 years, Yi Qinfeng not only translated the entire ancient book, but also used the remaining time to completely memorize it. The 3,000 Transforming God Fist. This ancient book is just as I guessed. It's a supreme divine ability. After spending more than 2 years to engrave the 3,000 Transforming God Fist into the God-Eater brain, Yi Qinfeng was deeply shocked by this powerful divine ability. Powerful! This supreme divine ability is too powerful. The 3,000 Transforming God Fist. One fist turned into 1,000 intents. When the fist blasted out, it was as if 3,000 gods were attacking at the same time. The terrifying power of 3,000 fists was enough to destroy the world and destroy everything. I didn't expect to have such a harvest when I just came to the void god world. Yi Qinfeng revealed a satisfied smile. With a thought, he left the universe realm and returned to his room. He broke the restriction and walked out. "Young Master Yi, did you translate the ancient book?" Just as Yi Qinfeng walked out of the room, Wei Shirtong and the others who were patiently waiting felt it. They immediately rushed over and asked expectantly, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I translated the ancient book. Old Wei, please take a look." Yi Qinfeng handed the translated ancient book to the excited Wei Shirtong. After receiving the ancient book, Wei Shirtong immediately released a powerful soul force into the ancient book and quickly browsed through it. Supreme divine ability. This ancient book is truly a supreme divine ability. Looking at the ancient book, translated by Yi Qinfeng, Wei Shirtong fell into deep excitement. Moreover, with his eyesight, he didn't find any problem when he browsed through the cultivation chant. He bowed deeply towards Yi Qinfeng. "Young master, yes, great kindness. My Wei family is endlessly grateful. If there is anything you need in the future, my Wei family will not refuse." Old Wei is too polite. Yi Qinfeng faintly smiled and gently helped Wei Shirtong up. "Young Master Yi, these are the 3 great ancient treasures that I promised you. Please accept them." Wei Shirtong took out 3 great ancient treasures and gave them to Yi Qinfeng. "All right, Old Wei, you guys slowly comprehend them. I will take my leave first." Yi Qinfeng received the 3 great treasures and prepared to leave. "Young Master Yi, this old man has a presumptuous request. I hope young master can agree." Wei Shirtong called out to Yi Qinfeng. "Old Wei, please say it." Yi Qinfeng said, "This ancient book is very important to my Wei family. I hope young master can keep this a secret for my Wei family." Wei Shirtong requested. "Don't worry, Old Wei, I will not tell anyone." Yi Qinfeng nodded and guaranteed. "Many thanks, young Master Yi." Wei Shirtong felt relieved after receiving Yi Qinfeng's guarantee. "You, help me send young Master Yi off." "Yes, grandfather." Wei Xinhua, who was dressed in a long white dress and had an elegant temperament, nodded and personally sent Yi Qinfeng out of the Wei clan residence. Young Master Yi, grandfather has already warned second uncle's family. They won't cause trouble for you in the future. When Wei Xinhua saw Yi Qinfeng off, she looked at his chiseled face and said softly, I hope so. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said indifferently, All right, Xinhua, send me off here, I am leaving. Chapter 1793. Damned girl, where do you think you're going? As Yi Qinfeng walked towards his rented courtyard, an angry roar suddenly rang out from the noisy street. 6 ferocious-looking men with ferocious wolf heads tattooed on their arms rudely pushed away the pedestrians on the street and chased after a little girl who was wearing tattered clothes. Her face was dirty and her expression was flustered. Yi Qinfeng originally didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but when he saw the little girl running over in panic, his brows twitched as he sensed a trace of abnormality. He immediately sent the God-Eater brain over. What kind of constitution is this? When his powerful soul power seeped into the little girl's body, Yi Qinfeng discovered that her body was in chaos. The God-Eater brain couldn't sense her constitution, let alone her true state. This made Yi Qinfeng very surprised. Don't be afraid, come here. Yi Qinfeng called out softly as he waved his hand at the mysterious young lady who was running closer and closer to him. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's call, the panicked little girl hesitated for a moment before running to Yi Qinfeng's side and hiding behind him. She tightly grabbed onto his arm and sought protection. Damned girl, let's see where you're going to run now. The 6 fiendish men surrounded Yi Qinfeng and Yi Qinfeng. One of them reached out his hairy hand and grabbed at the little girl. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap rang out. The big man who grabbed at the mysterious little girl was sent flying by Yi Qinfeng's slap. He drew a beautiful arc in the air before falling heavily to the ground. A large amount of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Damn it! You dare to hit someone from our Black Wolf gang? You must have eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's guts. The 5 fiendish men were enraged when they saw their companion sent flying by Yi Qinfeng. They summoned their top-grade true saint artifacts and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Bang, bang, bang! As the 5 supreme-grade true spirit saint weapons approached, Yi Qinfeng immediately threw out a punch. A force of over 200 billion Jin exploded like a meteor as it landed on the 5 supreme-grade true spirit saint weapons. Ka ka ka! A series of crisp cracking sounds rang out. Under the attack of Yi Qinfeng's fist, the 5 top-grade true saint artifacts shattered. The entire space trembled under Yi Qinfeng's fist. I'll count to 3. Whoever doesn't scram will be killed. After shattering the 5 supreme-grade true spirit saint weapons with a single punch, Yi Qinfeng's sharp eyes swept across the 5 ferocious men, whose faces had changed drastically and their hearts were trembling. He warned them coldly, Let's go. Sensing the murderous intent in Yi Qinfeng's eyes, the 5 ferocious men became timid. They did not dare to stay any longer. They brought their severely injured companions and fled in a sorry state. All right, don't be afraid. After driving away the 6 fiendish men, Yi Qinfeng cast his eyes to the dirty little girl and asked, What's your name? Do you have a family? I don't have a name and I don't have a family. The mysterious little girl blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Qinfeng, shaking her head. Then are you willing to follow me? Looking at the little girl in front of him, Yi Qinfeng suddenly felt as if she was shrouded in a fog that even he couldn't see through. Suddenly, he felt that this little girl was not simple and asked softly, If you can give me something to eat and not let me starve, I'll follow you. The little girl said, No problem, as long as you follow me. Even if you want to eat ancestor beast meat, I'll get it for you. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, I don't like to eat meat. I only like to eat saint crystals. The higher the grade of saint crystals, the more I like them. The little girl shook her head and said, You eat Saint crystals. Yi Chen-feng was slightly taken aback. This was the first time he had seen someone eat Saint crystals. One had to know that Saint crystals were extremely hard. The hardness of a high-rank Saint crystal exceeded that of an ordinary divine artifact, and the hardness of a top-rank Saint crystal was almost equivalent to that of a top-rank divine artifact. And, big brother, can you give me some Saint crystals to eat? The little girl nodded her small head and asked. All right. Yi Chen-feng nodded, took out a high-rank Saint crystal, and handed it to the little girl. Looking at the egg-sized high-rank Saint crystal in Yi Chen-feng's hand, the little girl's eyes immediately curved into crescents as she snatched the Saint crystal, opened her mouth, and bit down on most of it. She can really eat Saint crystals. Looking at the extremely hard high-rank Saint crystal that was comparable to a low-rank divine artifact and tasted like sweet bread in the little girl's mouth, Yi Chen-feng felt more and more that this little girl was extremely unusual. There was definitely a great secret hidden in her body. Big brother, do you have any more? After eating the high-rank Saint crystal, the little girl asked as if she still hadn't had enough. Yes. Big brother has plenty of Saint crystals here. You can eat as much as you want. Yi Chen-feng said generously as he took out 5 top-rank Saint crystals and handed them to the little girl. Thank you, big brother. I'll be by your side from now on. The little girl took the top-rank Saint crystals that contained even purer and tougher energy, and she ate them with relish while a happy smile appeared on her face. I'll call you Mo from now on. Yi Chen-feng looked at the pure little girl and spoke softly. All right. The little girl nodded and spoke obediently. She seemed to trust Yi Chen-feng very much as she followed him to the ancient courtyard. As they walked, Yi Chen-feng frowned tightly. His formidable soul force noticed that the 6 ferocious men that he'd just scared away had appeared again. Moreover, there were 4 people following them, and one of them was at the peak of the 6-star Dao Lord Realm. Leader, it was that kid who injured me and rescued that damnable little girl. The ferocious man's group stopped Yi Chen-feng and the little girl on a deserted street, and they spoke with ferocious expressions. Who are you? Why are you meddling in our business and going against my Black Wolf gang? A tall man who wore a black robe had 2 multicolored wolf heads tattooed on his arms and emanated a gloomy aura spoke in a low voice. Fuck off if you don't want to die. Yi Chen-feng gazed at the black-robed man who was a 6-star Dao Lord as he spoke coldly. Damn it! How audacious of you! You actually dared to insult the leader of my Black Wolf gang. Let me see if you... He hadn't finished speaking when the ferocious man who'd insulted Yi Chen-feng had his head pierced through by Yi Chen-feng's finger, and then his soul was minced into pieces before he fell into a pool of blood and perished. Who exactly are you? The black-robed man's expression changed slightly when he sensed the might of Yi Chen-feng's finger, and he spoke with a solemn expression. All of you aren't qualified to know who I am. Yi Chen-feng spoke arrogantly. If your Black Wolf gang doesn't want to vanish from Aeon City, then fuck off as far as you can. What high-sounding sentiments! Do you know who's backing my Black Wolf gang? Even though Yi Chen-feng's strength was extraordinary, the black-robed man wasn't afraid, and he spoke angrily. Who? Yi Chen-feng smiled as he spoke. We're from the Wei clan, and the second master of the Wei clan is our master. The black-robed man spoke arrogantly. The second master of the Wei clan? Wei Penghong? Yi Chen-feng started laughing. He'd never expected that after Wei Shitong had just warned Wei Penghong and his son, their people would offend him. Exactly. Hand that damnable little girl over to us if you're sensible. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer the consequences. The black-robed man spoke arrogantly. Ask Wei Penghong to come here and see if he can do anything to me. Yi Chen-feng spoke with a smile on his face. F*CK, who do you think you are? You want to see the second master of the Wei clan? Another ferocious-looking man cursed. Bang! As soon as his voice faded, Yi Qinfeng pointed his finger again and crushed his head, killing him instantly. You! The black-robed man didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be so bold as to kill without a word. Beads of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. My patience is limited. Either you ask Wei Penghong to come and save you, or you can all die for me. Yi Qinfeng's aura instantly became fierce. Blood and bones, intertwined with killing intent, unreservedly spread out from his body and blasted into the black-robed man's body. It made them feel as if they were facing the Grim Reaper, and their inner defenses were completely destroyed. Just you wait. When the second master of the Wei clan, young Master Wei, comes, you'll be in for a good show. Chapter 1794. Let's go. We'll find a place to wait for Wei Heng-yi. Yi Qinfeng spat out a mouthful of true spirit sacred flame, melting the two corpses lying in a pool of blood. He then held Mo-er's little hand and continued forward. Master, this person is a bit strange. Why don't we run? One of the Black Wolf Gang's experts became timid when he saw Yi Qinfeng's proud back. Run. The remorseful black-robed man wanted to run away, but Yi Qinfeng's ruthless methods of killing two people in a row had deeply shocked him. He had a feeling that if he dared to run, Yi Qinfeng would most likely kill him. Sigh, now we can only place our hopes on young Master Wei. After hesitating for a while, the black-robed man gave up the idea of running away. He led his subordinates and obediently followed Yi Qinfeng to an open-air tea-house, where they waited for Wei Heng-yi and the others to arrive. Mo, are you full? Yi Qinfeng took a sip of spirit tea and looked at Mo, whose face was dirty but still cute, and asked softly, No. Mo shook her little head and said embarrassedly, Here, this universe ring is for you. There are 100,000 high-rank Saint Crystals and 1,000 top-rank Saint Crystals inside. Ask me for more when you're done. Yi Qinfeng was not stingy and gave a dark gold universe ring to Mo. Thank you, big brother. Mo, whose eyes were curved into small crescents, said happily. She took out a finger-sized high-rank Saint Crystal from the universe ring and threw it into her mouth like she was eating candy. She then ate it with relish. Eat Saint Crystals. The black-robed man and the others, who were sitting uneasily, saw the scene of Mo eating Saint Crystals, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Wei Heng-yi is finally here. After waiting for a while, Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul force sensed Wei Heng-yi's aura and showed a faint smile. Wei, young Master Wei, you're finally here. Seeing Wei Heng-yi appear with two Wei clan experts, the restless black-robed man let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly stood up and walked over to greet them. Mother **her, which blind fool wants to destroy the Black Wolf Gang? Wei Heng-yi, the prodigal progenitor, cursed. It's him. The black-robed man pointed at Yi Qinfeng, who was sitting with his back to them, and said softly, Trash! A brat who's still wet behind the ears scared you like this. What's the use of raising you? Wei Heng-yi reprimanded loudly. Follow me. Watch me take revenge for you. As he spoke, Wei Heng-yi walked over aggressively. Wei Heng-yi, are you sure you want to avenge them? Yi Qinfeng slowly turned around and looked at the overbearing Wei Heng-yi as he said indifferently, how could it be you? Seeing Yi Qinfeng's familiar face, Wei Heng-yi's arrogance disappeared and he was dumbfounded. When Yi Qinfeng broke his legs, he was so angry that he wanted to take revenge. However, a few days later, Wei Shitong warned him and his son not to provoke Yi Qinfeng, so he had no choice but to swallow his anger. However, he didn't expect that the Black Wolf Gang would be so blind as to provoke Yi Qinfeng. This put him between a rock and a hard place. Why not me? Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, Wei Heng-yi, I didn't expect you and your son to control an underground force. I find that you two are quite free. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's ridicule, Wei Heng-yi's face turned black. However, Yi Qinfeng's strength was too terrifying. Wei Hingyi was afraid that he would break his legs again if he didn't agree, so he didn't dare to say anything. Young Master Wei, you know him. Seeing Yi Qinfeng ridicule Wei Hingyi in front of everyone, but not daring to retort, the black-robed man and the others felt the seriousness of the situation and asked softly, "Slap." A crisp sound of a slap was heard. Wei Hingyi didn't dare to behave atrociously in front of Yi Qinfeng, so he could only vent his anger on the black-robed man. "Damn it! Who gave you the guts to provoke young Master Yi? Why aren't you apologizing to him?" Yes. The black-robed man didn't dare to disobey Wei Hingyi's order. He lowered his head and was about to apologize. "There's no need to apologize." Yi Qinfeng waved his hand and said, "I'll give Elder Wei face and let it go this time. If you or your people provoke me again, even the heavens won't be able to save you. Emoa, let's go." With that, Yi Qinfeng left the money for the tea and left holding Mo, his little hand under Wei Hingyi's gloomy gaze. "Damn it! Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you have the old man's support. Sooner or later, I'll make you kneel on the ground like a dog and beg for mercy." Yi Qinfeng's warning echoed in Wei Hingyi's ears. He gritted his teeth and swore in his heart. Wei Penghong, Wei Hingyi, could there be a problem with these two? Thinking that only a trusted person would have the chance to plant the demonic goo on Wei Shirtong, Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but suspect Wei Penghong and his son, who lived outside. However, he didn't want to meddle too much in other people's business and didn't investigate too deeply. After returning to the old courtyard, he cleaned up Mo's body and brought her to the picturesque universe realm. "Big brother, what is this place? I love it here." Mo said excitedly as she looked at the picturesque scenery in front of her. "This is my space cave abode. Mo, how about you live here from now on?" Yi Qinfeng looked at the clean and beautiful Mo and said softly, "Okay." Mo revealed an adorable smile. She was like a dancing butterfly as she happily ran around the universe realm. "Sorry, Senior, I've disturbed you." After settling Mo down, Yi Qinfeng found Xin Daoshu, who had refined the life origin spirit pearl and healed his old injuries. "Senior, I met a mysterious little girl outside. I wonder if Senior can see her origins and constitution?" "Okay, let me see." Xin Daoshu slowly opened his eyes and released a powerful soul force to lock onto Mo, peering into her body. "Artifact spirit." After peeking, Shen Daoshu said with some surprise, "Qingfeng, if I'm not wrong, the little girl you brought should be an artifact spirit." "Artifact spirit?" Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "But if she's an artifact spirit, why can't I see it?" "Because she's not an ordinary artifact spirit. She's the artifact spirit of a void god artifact." Shen Daoshu pondered for a moment and said in a shocking manner, "An artifact spirit of a void god artifact." Yi Qinfeng sucked in a breath of cold air. Although a top-grade ancestral artifact was invincible, it wasn't the pinnacle treasure of the void god world. There was another existence that was above top-grade ancestral artifacts, and that was the legendary void god artifacts. However, there were only a few void god artifacts in the entire void god world, and they were all in the hands of various races. He had never heard of any void god artifacts being circulated outside. "Senior, are you sure you're not wrong? If she's really an artifact spirit of a void god artifact, then isn't she too weak?" Yi Qinfeng said with some doubt. "My intuition can't be wrong. Only an artifact spirit of a void god artifact would have a chaotic interior. However, there should be some problems with her body right now." Shen Daoshu said, "Without a doubt, Qingfeng, I'm really envious of your luck to actually encounter an artifact spirit of a void god artifact. Perhaps when you unravel her secret, you'll have a chance to obtain a void god artifact through her." "Senior, if Mo really is an artifact spirit of a void god artifact, and she appeared in Aeon City, Do you think that Void God artifact is near Aeon City? Yi Qinfeng made a bold guess. That's very possible. Xin Daoxu nodded. Chapter 1795. I wonder what these three ancient treasures are. After leaving the place where the divine Dao Empyrean was healing, Yi Qinfeng found a deserted area and took out the three treasures he obtained from the Wei clan. This withered tree should be an old branch of the divine tree of time. When Wei Shirtong took out the three treasures, the powerful God-Eater brain immediately sensed that the seemingly withered ancient tree was an old branch of the divine tree of time. As for the other two treasures, he wasn't sure. However, he had a feeling that these three ancient treasures of the Wei clan were extraordinary and would be very useful to him. God-Eater brain, break the seal! Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly deduce. He released a powerful soul force into the old branch of the divine tree of time. After his tireless efforts, he broke the seal on the old branch and penetrated into its depths. This old branch of the divine tree of time actually contains the second transformation of the laws of time. After comprehending the mysteries of time contained within the old branch of the divine tree of time, Yi Qinfeng revealed a look of pleasant surprise. The laws of time were divided into three major transformations: time acceleration, time deceleration, and time stop. Among them, time stop was the most profound. Only the heart of the divine tree of time could give birth to such mysteries. The second was the strange time deceleration. If he could comprehend the time deceleration, his attacks would become unpredictable. Ordinary people would find it difficult to dodge Yi Qinfeng's attacks. What is this tortoise shell? Yi Qinfeng suppressed the excitement in his heart and cast his gaze on the tortoise shell engraved with ancient characters. Ancient characters again. Moreover, these ancient characters are even more ancient than the ones in the Wei clan's ancient books. Although there weren't many ancient characters on the tortoise shell, the God-Eater brain discovered that these ancient characters were even more ancient. It wasn't easy to comprehend the mysteries of each character. Fortunately, Yi Qinfeng had plenty of time in the 30x time flow. He eliminated all distracting thoughts and controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce the secrets of each ancient character. Why? Why does the profound meaning of the ancient characters carved on the tortoise shell resemble the Tao of equipment manipulation that I have comprehended? Yi Qinfeng had comprehended the mysteries of the ancient characters for more than 300 days in a 30 times faster flow of time. He revealed a look of surprise as he had a feeling that the ancient characters carved on the tortoise shell were most likely the Tao of artifact manipulation. Moreover, they were even more profound than what he had comprehended earlier. With this discovery, Yi Qinfeng was wild with joy. He realized that his harvest from the Wei clan was too great, not to mention the preciousness of the supreme ability 30 million divine fist. Just the value of the time divine tree branch alone, which was suspected to be an upgraded version of the way of equipment manipulation, was immeasurable. After patiently studying for another 300 days, the God-Eater brain finally figured out the meaning of every ancient character on the tortoise shell. Just as Yi Qinfeng had guessed, the ancient characters on the tortoise shell were an upgraded version of the way of equipment manipulation. Once used, it would allow the user to perfectly fuse with the artifact, allowing the user to display even greater power. After unraveling the secrets of the tortoise shell, Yi Qinfeng was not in a hurry to comprehend them. Instead, he turned his gaze to the third ancient object, a pitch-black crystal without the slightest luster. How hard! This crystal is probably even harder than a top-grade Transcendent Saint artifact. Yi Qinfeng picked up the black crystal and carefully studied it for a while. He discovered that the crystal was incomparably hard. Normal treasures would not be able to break it. However, Yi Qinfeng possessed a large number of ancestral artifacts. With a thought, he summoned the top-grade ancestral artifact, the Death Scythe. He poured a vast amount of golden soul force into the Death Scythe and slashed at the black crystal. Ka ka ka! Although the black crystal was tough, it could not block the Death Scythe's attack. Under the attack of the Death Scythe, a large number of cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal. A powerful bloodline energy slowly seeped out from the crystal. What bloodline is this? The smile on Yi Qinfeng's face deepened when he sensed the extremely pure and powerful bloodline within the black crystal. Ancestral god's blood, the purest ancestral god's blood. Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to study the mysterious blood in the black crystal and unravel its secrets, Xin Daoxiu, who had refined the life origin spirit bead, suddenly appeared. Rays of light shot out from his turbid eyes. Senior, you're saying this is ancestral god's blood? Yi Qinfeng said with some surprise. That's right. This is the blood of a peak almighty of my god race. Xin Daoxiu nodded and said, Qingfeng, where did you find this drop of essence blood? I obtained it from the Wei clan, Yi Qinfeng said truthfully. Qingfeng, if you have the chance, help me ask the Wei clan where they obtained this black crystal. I have a feeling that the almighty of the god race who left behind this drop of essence blood is still alive. I have to save him, Xin Daoxiu said. All right, I'll go ask the Wei clan now. Yi Qinfeng did not waste any time. He left the universe realm and went straight to the Wei clan. Knowing that Yi Qinfeng had arrived, Wei Shitong, who had been cultivating the 30 million divine fist in seclusion, immediately came out and went to the main hall to receive Yi Qinfeng. I'm sorry, Elder Wei. I've disturbed your cultivation. Yi Qinfeng put down the teacup in his hand and slowly stood up as he looked at Wei Shitong, who was wearing a white martial arts suit. He was in high spirits and had completely recovered from his injuries. It's fine. Wei Shitong sat beside Yi Qinfeng and said, Why have you come today, young Master Yi? Elder Wei, I won't beat around the bush with you. I want to know where the ancient black crystal you gave me was passed down to? Yi Qinfeng asked. So young Master Yi is here for that crystal, Wei Shitong said. All right, young Master Yi has done my Wei clan a favor. I'll tell you the origin of that crystal. That crystal was obtained by me from the ancient god ruins 30,000 years ago, Wei Shitong said. Ancient god ruins? Where is that? Yi Qinfeng continued to ask. This was the first time he had heard of the ancient god ruins. The ancient god ruins is the biggest secret of Aeon City. It is sealed in a mysterious space under Aeon City. The key to enter is controlled by the 4 major clans and the Aeon City Lord. According to the orders passed down from the ancestors, the ancient god ruins is only opened once every 100 years. Wei Shitong hesitated for a moment, but still told Yi Qinfeng the legend of the ancient god ruins in detail. Ancient god ruins. Did Emo come from there too? Hearing Wei Shitong's story, a thought flashed through Yi Qinfeng's mind, and he became interested in the ancient god ruins. Elder Wei, I wonder who left behind the inheritance of the ancient god ruins. Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment and asked, I don't know. Although the ancient god ruins is jointly managed by us, countless years have passed and no clan has been able to unlock the secret of the ancient god ruins. Wei Shitong shook his head. In that case, the ancient god ruins is very dangerous. Yi Qinfeng said, It is very dangerous. Back then, the ancient clan also had a strong interest in the ancient god ruins. However, several ancestor realm experts of the ancient clan relied on their powerful strength to enter the depths of the ancient god ruins, but all of them died. Over time, the depths of the ancient god ruins became a forbidden area. After so many years, we still dare not enter. Wei Shitong said solemnly, Elder Wei, how many years until the ancient god ruins opens again? Yi Qinfeng asked. More than 50 years. Wei Shitong said, Chapter 1796. Young Master Yi, are you interested in the ancient divine ruins? Wei Shitong asked, looking at Yi Qinfeng, who was deep in thought. I am indeed very interested. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Old Wei, is there any way to enter the ancient divine ruins in advance? Unless you can obtain the 5 keys, even a peak ancestor realm expert can't open the ancient divine ruins, Wei Shirtong said. All right, Old Wei, I won't disturb your cultivation. I'm leaving. Since he couldn't enter the ancient divine ruins in advance, Yi Qinfeng could only think of other methods. Just as he was about to leave, Wei Shirtong called out to him. Young Master Yi, in a few days there will be a grave auction outside Aeon City. I wonder if you are interested. Grave auction. Yi Qinfeng raised his brows, showing a trace of interest in the grave auction. And if you are interested in the grave auction, I will have you or accompany you. Wei Shirtong nodded. Okay, when the time comes, have Xinyue come to my residence to find me. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng left the Wei clan's old mansion and returned to the ancient courtyard. He entered the universe realm and controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly deduce. He began to understand the divine tree of time's old branch, the way of controlling artifacts, and the supreme ability, the 3,000 God-transforming fist. Days passed, and soon, 3 days had passed in the outside world. Just as Yi Qinfeng was immersed in comprehending the 2 ancient treasures and cultivating the 3,000 transformation God fist, the remnant soul he left outside sensed Wei Xinyue's aura. With a thought, it left the universe realm and appeared outside. Xinyue, has the grave auction begun? Yi Qinfeng asked softly as he looked at Wei Xinyue, who was bathed in the light of dawn, looking otherworldly and natural. The grave auction will begin at noon today. Let's go. Wei Xinyue nodded and led Yi Qinfeng out of Aeon City, arriving at a gloomy mass grave outside. The tomb that was about to open was located in the deepest part of the mass grave. And who is that kid? Many people were surprised to see Yi Qinfeng, who was wearing a white robe and chatting with Wei Xinyue. I've never seen him before. I wonder where this gigolo came from. He actually managed to seduce the princess of the Wei clan. I think that guy is really tired of living. He dares to hook up with the woman that Li Hongxue likes. I wonder if Li Hongxue will kill them when he comes and sees them flirting with each other. Haha, today's grave auction will be interesting. Let's go, let's hurry up and catch up. I reckon there will be a good show to watch in a while. As they spoke, many people followed behind Yi Qinfeng, hoping to watch a good show. They arrived at the deepest part of the mass graves. Such dense qi. The deeper he went into the mass grave, the more Yi Qinfeng felt that the yin qi in the air was getting thicker and thicker. Especially when he came to an ancient tomb that had already been excavated, he felt that the yin qi could corrode his marrow. At this moment, 3 burly men in black robes with tools in their hands were working hard to dig the grave. They slowly dug into the depths of the ancient grave. And this is this aura. Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to rapidly deduce and penetrate into the depths of the ancient grave. As he forcefully penetrated through a powerful seal, he felt a familiar aura appear in the depths of the ancient grave, causing his eyes to light up. The blood of the ancestor god. How can this ancient grave have the aura of the ancestor god's blood? Could this be the tomb of a mighty god? After repeated probing, Yi Qinfeng determined that the familiar aura in the ancient grave was the same as that of the drop of blood of the ancestor god. This meant that this ancient grave was likely to contain the blood of the ancestor god, or the person buried here was a mighty god of the ancestor god realm. Interesting, I didn't expect to find the tomb of a mighty god. It seems that this Aeon City hides many secrets. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself, I wonder if the legendary primeval god ruins are related to the god race. As time passed, more and more people came to participate in the grave auction. However, almost all of these people were juniors of Aeon City. None of the patriarch-level figures had appeared. I didn't expect you to come too. As Yi Qinfeng and Wei Xinyue stood to the side, chatting and patiently waiting. A feminine voice suddenly sounded out. A man wearing a black robe with several ferocious skulls embroidered on it. His long black hair draped over his shoulders, his square face, his eyes sunken into his cheeks, and a black beard around his mouth. Giving off a ferocious feeling, slowly walked over with the accompaniment of 4 attendants. Looking at this black-clothed man, the smile on Wei Xinyue's face suddenly disappeared. Her eyes revealed a trace of disgust as she ignored him. Who is he? Seeing Wei Xinyue ignore him, the black-clothed man was not angry. Instead, he cast his gaze on Yi Qinfeng and spoke with ill intentions. Sir Yi, let's ignore him. Let's go over there and talk. Wei Xinyue gently pulled on Yi Qinfeng's hand and was about to walk away. Seeing Wei Xinyue take the initiative to pull on Yi Qinfeng's hand, the black-clothed man's face sank. His eyes revealed a sinister look. As the top playboy of Aeon City, he would never allow the woman he fancied to have intimate relations with other men. Xinyue, I don't care who he is. You are the woman I fancied. No one else is allowed to touch you. If anyone dares to touch you, I will break their neck. The black-clothed man said domineeringly, Li Hongxiu, don't ruin my reputation. I have nothing to do with you. Who I like and who I like to be with is none of your business. Wei Xinyue's face sank as she said angrily, Haha, none of my business. Li Hongxiu, the eldest son of the Li family, one of the 4 major families of Aeon City, laughed and said arrogantly, Wait until I kill him. Then you will know if I can control you. Kill me? Are you sure? Although Li Hongxiu's talent was extraordinary, and he had cultivated to the 5-star Demon Lord realm at such a young age, in front of Yi Qinfeng, this level of master was no different from a fly. He could kill him with a wave of his hand. Feeling Li Hongxiu's killing intent towards him, Yi Qinfeng revealed a cold smile. Oh, a tough bone. I like it. Li Hongxiu's mouth cracked open, revealing a cruel smile. His body flashed, leaving behind an afterimage in the air as he suddenly launched an attack at Yi Qinfeng. Ai, what a pitiful boy. He actually provoked that madman Li Hongxiu. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. There's nothing he can do about it. Who told him to be so close to the Wei family's princess? Doesn't he know that the Wei family's princess is Li Hongxiu's wife? Whoever dares to touch her will be his mortal enemy. Just when everyone was not optimistic about Yi Qinfeng's chances and thought that he would suffer under Li Hongxiu's evil hands, a loud sound suddenly echoed from the depths of mass grave. Yi Qinfeng's foot trampled the universe, breaking Li Hongxiu's attack and kicking him in the chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Li Hongxiu's mouth. He was like a kite with its string cut as he was sent flying by Yi Qinfeng's kick. He tumbled several times in the air and heavily fell several hundred meters away, creating a large crater in the ground. What? Witnessing the scene of Li Hongxiu being sent flying by a single kick from Yi Qinfeng, everyone present let out cries of disbelief. Pairs of dumbfounded gazes were uniformly directed at Yi Qinfeng. Chapter 1797. Young Master. Seeing Yi Qinfeng send Li Hongxiu flying with a kick, his 4 followers were instantly enraged. For shocking auras burst out and locked onto Yi Qinfeng. They were about to teach him a lesson and break his limbs to avenge Li Hongxiu. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Yi Qinfeng was even faster. He burst out with a strength of more than 200 billion jin and smashed the 4 people's attacks as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He threw a punch at them. Yi Qinfeng punched out, causing the space to tremble. Accompanied by the bone-shattering sound, the 4 of them were sent flying by Yi Qinfeng's punch, flying several thousand meters away. They did not manage to get up for a long time. Silence. Absolute silence. The experts who came to participate in the grave auction looked at Yi Qinfeng as if they were looking at a monster. They were deeply shocked by his strength. Could he be a divine great expert? But he's too young. I've never seen such a young, divine, great expert. Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who was like a killing god, the experts of the various forces whispered to each other. So what if he's a divine, great expert? He humiliated the Li clan like this. With the Li clan's character, they will definitely not let it go. If the Li clan is ruthless, perhaps only the Sima clan can suppress them. He's really angry for a beauty. But it's not wise to offend the Li clan for a woman. He will probably pay for his recklessness with his life. Although Yi Qinfeng's strength was very shocking, more people were not optimistic about him. They felt that he would definitely suffer the Li clan's bloody revenge. Death was only a matter of time. Damn it, I'll kill you. As the first young master of the Li clan, Li Hongxiu had never suffered such humiliation before. With a furious roar, he summoned a ferocious skull embedded with 3 large gems, which was a lower-grade, transcendent saint artifact. It whistled as it attacked Yi Qinfeng. Woo woo woo! When the skull attacked, the entire space was immediately dyed red. Terrifying, ghostly qi spewed out of the skull's mouth, trying to corrode Yi Qinfeng's body. Humph! You won't hurt me with a mere lower-grade, transcendent saint artifact? Yi Qinfeng coldly snorted and grabbed the air. A terrifying dao gathered in his palm and turned into a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky. It carried a force of more than 200 billion pounds as it shattered the bloody mist and grabbed the skull that was emitting a ghostly cry. Kacha! A crisp cracking sound was heard. The skulls summoned by Li Hongxiu, which were lower-grade divine artifacts, were crushed into pieces by Yi Qinfeng's sky-covering giant hand. They were scattered all over the mass grave. Gu! Transform into a giant hand that covers the sky and crush the skull. What realm is this guy in? Too scary. This person's strength is too scary. I was wondering why he dared to beat up the Li clan's eldest young master in public. I didn't expect him to have such terrifying strength. Rumble! Just as everyone was once again shocked by Yi Qinfeng's terrifying strength, Yi Qinfeng gently pointed his finger. An invincible finger radiance shot out, entwined with powerful Dao will. It pierced through the air and flew toward Li Hongxiu at a speed that was dozens of times faster than the flow of time. Puff! Li Hongxiu, who couldn't dodge in time, was hit by Yi Qinfeng's finger. His chest was directly pierced through, and he was sent flying again. If it weren't for the powerful protective amulet around his neck that neutralized most of the finger radiance, Yi Qinfeng's finger sword would have pierced through his chest and crippled him. Young master, this person is too strong. He seems to be a divine-level expert. We are no match for him. Let's leave this place first. 4 severely injured experts of the Li clan quickly came to Li Hongxiu, who was severely injured and spitting blood. They helped him up and quickly left with him, who was unwilling to leave. There shouldn't be any annoying flies bothering us now, right? Yi Qinfeng looked at the backs of Li Hongxiu and the others as they left. He didn't kill them, but stood beside Wei Xinyue, whose eyes were shining, and said calmly, "Awesome, this guy is really awesome. Yeah, but I really want to know if he can live past tomorrow. It's hard to say. I feel that this guy obviously doesn't take the Li clan seriously. Maybe he's a direct disciple of a big clan who came out to gain experience. Maybe Li Hongxiu kicked an iron plate this time." Just as Yi Qinfeng drove Li Hongxiu and the others away in a domineering manner, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, and a trace of warmth appeared in the dark mass grave. "All right, open the ancient tomb now." A middle-aged man with a slightly pale face and a short stature, who was dressed in a black martial arts suit, glanced at the unknown Yi Qinfeng from the corner of his eye and ordered loudly. Hearing the man's order, more than 10 burly men, who were already prepared, immediately threw sharp iron claws into the bottomless tomb. They grabbed an ancient coffin in the depths of the tomb that was entangled with iron chains and slowly pulled the ancient coffin, which weighed hundreds of millions of pounds, out of the dark tomb. This aura, the blood of the ancestor god, is emitted from this ancient coffin. Looking at the ancient coffin, which weighed hundreds of millions of pounds and was completely black and sealed with a powerful restriction formation, Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. He had a strong interest in this ancient coffin. In addition to this mysterious ancient coffin, many other burial objects were unearthed. About an hour later, all the burial objects in the ancient tomb were placed outside. However, this ancient coffin had existed for too long, and many of the burial objects were already damaged and had lost their value. All right, let's start the grave auction now. Although many of the burial objects were damaged and useless, they would still be auctioned. This was because there were many people who had picked up scraps from the useless burial objects and obtained earth-shattering treasures. Yi Qinfeng swept his gaze over the burial objects and discovered a crystal the size of an egg wrapped in a thick layer of soil. This crystal seemed to be a protective talisman with decent defensive power. However, because it had been corroded by the yin qi for too long, it would need to be refined repeatedly in order to unleash the true defensive power of this protective talisman. Young Master Yi, these burial objects, do you like any of them? Wei Xingyue stood beside Yi Qinfeng and asked softly, No, these burial objects are not very valuable. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, His standards were extremely high. Even the amulet was not worthy of his attention. Is that so? Then I won't bid. Wei Xingyue seemed to believe in Yi Qinfeng and did not join the bidding. However, there were still many masters from great forces who showed a strong interest in these burial objects and made bids. About an hour later, the dozens of burial objects were all auctioned off. All right, now it's time for the final auction of the main coffin. Is there anyone who wants to bid for the main coffin? A thin man in black robes asked loudly, How much do you want to sell this main coffin for? Yi Qinfeng, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. The starting price is 100 million mid-rank Saint crystals. The man in black robes glanced at Yi Qinfeng, who had just taught Li Hongshu a lesson, and said slowly, All right, I bid 100 million mid-rank Saint crystals. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said in a rich and overbearing manner, 100 million mid-rank Saint crystals. Is this guy really a direct disciple of a great family who came out for life experience? Generally, the currency in circulation in Aeon City was only low-rank Saint crystals. Very few people were willing to take out mid-rank Saint crystals to buy things. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's generosity, many people gasped. 100 million mid-rank Saint crystals. Is there anyone who wishes to increase the price? The man in black robes did not expect Yi Qinfeng to really bid and showed a hint of joy as he asked loudly, Good. Since there is no one else, I announce that this main coffin is won by this young lord.